Chapter 946. Am I really going to lose today? Du Xiaofu struggled to get up. His body was in tatters and he looked like he would collapse at any moment. He was holding on with his last breath. Don't fight anymore. Give up. Below the lightning guiding platform, Ouyang Shuang, Sima Muhan, Zhu Shui, Du Xiaoman and many other women looked at the young man who was dripping with blood and was about to shatter. Their eyes were filled with tears. What they did not know was that Du Xiaofu could only win this battle. Is it really going to end like this? In the ancient sky sect, Sima Taxing's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He muttered, I don't want to give up. If we were at the same cultivation level, I would be able to defeat him easily. However, I'm still a little lacking. If I can win, my ancient sky sect will have a peerless honorable. Boom, Dongli Qihuang did not hold back and attacked again. Du Xiaofu did not even have time to gather his energy before he was sent flying again. He landed heavily on the edge of the Divine Thunder platform and almost fell down. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's clothes were stained with blood. His entire body was bright red. Du Xiaofu fell on the Divine Thunder platform. His body was in pieces. At that moment it was as if even the slightest ripple of energy could cause his body to disintegrate. Dongli Qihuang was too strong. He was a half-step martial honorable. He was extremely strong. Martial emperors could not be compared to him. Brother, you can do it. You can do it. Du Xiaoqing had tears in her eyes. She clenched her fists and her beautiful body trembled. Puchi, Du Xiaofu's mouth was dripping with blood. He struggled a few times but he could no longer stand up. You can't stand up, right? You are no match for me. I will keep my word. You won't be able to walk out of this ancient land. Dongli Qihuang floated in the air. His eyes were filled with coldness. He slowly walked towards Du Xiaofu, who could no longer struggle to get up. He enjoyed the gazes of millions of people. In the end, I'm still lacking in cultivation. Jiao Chongling sighed and shook her head. Her eyes were dim. Nameless looked up. His eyes were dim and filled with pity. Cheng Shengnan looked up. Her ethereal eyes trembled slightly with complicated emotions. President, hold on. Young master, hold on. Martial Uncle Du, you can do it. Brother Xiaofu, stand up. Below the lightning summoning platform, the disciples of the World Society, 7 Stars Hall, Ancient Heaven Sect, and Du Clan were all shouting in a low voice. TSK, TSK. Gu Qingyang, your disciple is no match for me. On the third peak of the Holy Thunder Mountain, the old Taoist of Changdao sneered. Dongli Qihuang walked towards Du Xiaofu. His aura was fluctuating. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He sneered with disdain. You came out of Stone City. You have some talent and obtained a lot of opportunities. You were even able to come back from the dead. You were lucky enough to set foot on the Holy Thunder platform. But now, let me end you. No one can save you today if you touch the disciples of the Great Luan sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongli Qihuang's aura surged. He attacked again. Senior Brother Red Phoenix, Cheng Shengnan's voice came from the Holy Thunder platform. Dongli Qihuang's eyes flashed with an untraceable look. A bright light fell from his hand. In the eyes of hundreds of millions of people, Dongli Qihuang's method drowned out Cheng Shengnan's voice with the sound of wind and thunder. It fell heavily on the back of Du Xiaofu, who was lying on the Holy Thunder platform. Du Xiaofu's struggling body spat out blood mist again. Under the heavy attack, he finally exhausted the last bit of strength in his body and destroyed everything in his body. The oil in Du Xiaofu's lamp had run out, and his entire body was dim. Finally, Du Xiaofu's struggling body fell limply to the ground, unable to move anymore. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's vitality was disappearing. It was as if he was completely dead. Boom, on the fourth holy thunder platform, Qing Xingnan staggered back. His distant and ethereal eyes were empty. Brother! Bastard! Xiaofu! Du Xiaoqing, Sima Muhan, and Zhu Shui shouted at the same time. Boom, boom, the three of them wanted to jump into the sky, but under the invisible pressure, they directly fell down. Once they fell into the void, it would be difficult for them to step back up. Below, Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Ouyang Shuang, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and Shi Tu were in a daze. Their hearts trembled violently as if they were crushed by a 10,000 gene boulder. Xiaofu, my disciple. In the Holy Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Gu Qingyang sorrowfully shouted. His beloved disciple came back from the dead, but at this moment, he couldn't see him for the last time. Marshal Uncle Du. In the ancient Heaven sect, in front of the space-time array on the Heaven Marshal Square, hundreds of thousands of disciples were solemn. Each of them clenched their fists. Their nails dug into their skin, causing blood to flow out. You overestimate yourself. I said that you won't be able to walk out of this ancient land. The Eastern Flame Scarlet Phoenix looked indifferently at the lifeless body covered in blood. Then, it slowly left with a smile on its face. Its eyes regained its divine soul brilliance, and its gloomy coldness receded, making it look even more extraordinary. Boom! At this moment, just as Dongli Qihuang turned around and took a few steps away, a majestic aura suddenly spread out behind him. Dongli Qihuang immediately turned around, and his eyes were filled with shock. In his eyes, he saw Du Xiaofu, who had just lost his vitality, suddenly sweep out with boundless energy. Du Xiaofu's body, which was lying on the ground, began to emit dazzling runes. The cracks on his body were visibly healing at lightning speed. In a short period of time, Du Xiaofu's body was completely healed, leaving no trace behind. At the last moment when Du Xiaofu's oil ran out, a surge of boiling energy began to flow from his newly reborn heart to his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, then to his limbs and bones. As the surging life energy flowed through his body, it was like a fuse. The accumulated energy hidden in the deepest parts of his body was instantly released, surging up like an ocean. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's entire body glowed. Arcs of electricity flowed from his body, and starlight enveloped him. Purple flames burned, and the grass of immortality and nether enlightenment grass entwined around him. He turned into a resplendent divine light that soared into the sky. Then, under countless gazes, Du Xiaofu's body began to stand up. He stood up perfectly fine. He stood up. Third brother stood up. The Du family's son's eyes flickered with lightning as he loudly shouted. Young Hall Master is so brave. The disciples of the 7-star hall were in a state of desolation. When they suddenly saw this scene, they couldn't come back to their senses. They cried out excitedly, their blood boiling. Du Xiaofu stood up. The resplendent light on his body was about to drown the entire divine thunder platform. His wounds had already healed, and his aura was recovering at a terrifying speed. The energy hidden in the depths of his body was now perfectly fusing with his body that had recovered from its serious injuries. At this moment, everyone could feel that Du Xiaofu's body was becoming stronger. Life after death. This death is not the same as that death. Wildfire can't burn it away, and I'll be reborn when the spring breeze blows. My body was shattered and my profound energy was exhausted, but I have an endless vitality. I'll start from the beginning and become stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu slowly rose into the sky, muttering softly. Resplendent divine light erupted from his eyes, like 2 small suns. At this moment, the energy hidden in Du Xiaofu's body was completely released. It nourished his body, refined it, and completely fused with his body. At this moment, not only did Du Xiaofu's heart contain the grass of immortality, the dark seeker grass, the purple flame demonic phoenix, and the energy of the stars. At this moment, even Du Xiaofu's body began to contain these great mysteries and great energies, perfectly fusing with his body. The exhausted profound energy in the divine watchtower in his body was rapidly recovering, like a torrential flood. Not long after, the divine watchtower began to fill up, as if it was about to overflow. Aoo, the feeling of recovering from the extreme realm made Du Xiaofu unable to help but cry out loudly. His shout was like the cry of a divine elephant, like the roar of a dragon. He's strengthening in the extreme realm. Dongli Qi Huang has been used by him all this time. At this moment, on the Divine Thunder platform, Jiu Ling, Wu Ming, Jiang Wolin, and Ling Jun, and the many geniuses and outstanding talents below all had intense fluctuations in their eyes. At this moment it wasn't difficult for everyone to realize that Dongli Qi Huang hadn't really won at all from the beginning, but had been used by Du Xiaofu all this time. Du Xiaofu wanted to use Dongli Qi Huang's power to make himself fall into a kind of extreme realm, so that he could be reborn from destruction and seize a kind of fortune. Facing Dongli Qi Huang, Du Xiaofu actually dared to let himself fall into the extreme realm. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked and shocked. Du Xiaofu is a madman. He doesn't want to live anymore. He's also a freak. Any peerless genius is a madman. The outstanding talents around were stunned and lost their voices. They couldn't help but sigh at their inferiority. No wonder that guy's physical body was so freakish. It was because he was a madman, a freak who didn't even care about his life. He must be killed. Dongli Qi Huang was also shocked. He felt that something was wrong and immediately attacked again. At this moment, he had already used all his strength. He couldn't give Du Xiaofu any more chances. Dongli Qi Huang's intuition told him that he had to kill Du Xiaofu. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. A handprint condensed in Dongli Qi Huang's hand. A terrifying aura covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if a fiend god had descended, divine and majestic. World-cleansing seal. Dongli Qi Huang bellowed. The handprint condensed in the void and looked down on the world. The terrifying handprint was surrounded by light fluctuations. Wherever it passed, it destroyed the void. It was as if it could purify and destroy all living things in this world. There is Tai Chi in Yi. It is the birth of Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang give birth to the four symbols. The four symbols gather in Xianhuang, stabilizing the world and suppressing all living things. As Du Xiaofu muttered something, his hands formed seals with lightning speed. After images flew out, and the profound energy in his body poured out like a torrential flood. It condensed along the handprint and rolled in front of him. In the end, it condensed into a handprint. As the handprint condensed, the surrounding void started to tremble violently. The handprint shone brilliantly, as if it was a piece of resplendent gold. The golden handprint floated above Du Xiaofu's palm. A powerful energy pressure spread out from it, causing the space to tremble violently. The golden handprint wasn't just a martial skill. It was a martial technique that contained countless profundities. It contained the profundities of heaven and earth and the mysteries of yin and yang. The golden handprint made countless gazes look at it. They couldn't help but feel their hearts jump and their souls tremble. That handprint seems to have been left behind by that terrifying existence. Outside the ancient heaven Sex Tianwu Square, on a mountain peak, Sima Taxing's eyes couldn't help but tremble violently as he looked at the golden handprint in Du Xiaofu's hand. Xiaoyang seal. Du Xiaofu made his move. The handprint overbearingly streaked across the sky. In a flash, it collided with Dongli Qi Huang's handprint. The two terrifying handprints collided with each other under the watchful gazes of the crowd. An earth-shattering sound abruptly resounded in the sky, rumble. The two handprints collided with each other, and terrifying rune energy ripples swept out like stormy waves. At the center of the energy storm, the surrounding space seemed to have collapsed, creating a huge pitch-black hole. The hole was pitch black, and it devoured the light of energy. It made one's heart turn cold. The two energies collided, and the light was annihilated almost at the same time. Walala, the energy storm that swept out like a storm also came to a sudden stop. Then, it dissipated under countless shocked gazes. Everything returned to normal. Thud thud, Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qi Huang were both knocked back in a straight line. But this time, everyone saw with their own eyes that Du Xiaofu actually resisted Dongli Qi Huang head-on. Big chapter, continue writing. Today, there will be a debt repayment. Chapter 947. He seems to have become much more powerful. That martial skill is even more overbearing. Ninefold Spirit, Nameless, and the other supreme talents were shocked. At that moment, Du Xiaofu was obviously much more powerful. He could actually resist Dongli Qihuang's attack. That martial skill was even more overbearing and terrifying. He can actually resist my world-purifying seal. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qihuang's face turned gloomy again. At that moment, the eastern parting Crimson Phoenix also felt that the situation was a little tricky. Du Xiaofu's actual cultivation level was only at the Nirvana realm of the Martial Emperor realm. However, the endless great ultimacy and great techniques all over his body were frightening. In addition, with the help of Du Xiaofu's terrifying physical strength, even if he wanted to kill Du Xiaofu now, it would be really troublesome. What worried Dongli Qi Huang even more was that the kid had clearly lost his vitality. However, he was able to recover in an instant and even become stronger. This was unbelievable and too terrifying. This terrifying Du Xiaofu was younger than him and did not have the help of his mental state from his previous life. However, he was still extremely terrifying. If he continued to cultivate, it would not take long for him to become a huge threat to the Great Luan sect. At that time, he might even be on par with him. Thinking of this, Dongli Qihuang's face twitched. Instantly, a strong killing intent exploded in his heart. Especially when Qing Xingnan shouted for him previously. He was even more determined to kill Du Xiaofu. With a gloomy face, a bright sacred light fluctuated. Dongli Qi Huang started to activate his martial vein. Dazzling mysterious runes spread out and intertwined with each other. A terrifying aura suddenly descended. Boom! Under this terrifying aura, the void suddenly boiled. It swallowed the light and caused the void to tremble. It was as if a boundless catastrophe was coming. Only Dongli Qi Huang stepped into the void alone. Light shone brightly as if a deity had descended. Endless aura swept around him. Reincarnation martial vein. Another person with supreme talent. The surrounding sky prides were stunned. At this moment, the aura coming from Dongli Qihuang's martial vein was so strong that it made people want to crawl. Let's end this, it's time to end this. Dongli Qihuang bellowed, activating the reincarnation martial vein. With a wave of his hand, waves of resplendent holy light runes filled the sky. Divine power shook the world, sweeping towards Du Xiaofu. That terrifying aura wanted to bring Du Xiaofu into the cycle of reincarnation and kill him within it. Seems like an extraordinary martial vein. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Just as the reincarnation energy swept over, a mysterious rune spread out and transformed into a net of light that covered his entire body. Boom! At this instant, an ancient pressure and aura caused the countless outstanding talents below the lightning luring platform to tremble, and they couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves. It made people feel as if they were facing a king that could not be resisted. A tyrannical killing intent rippled through the sky. What a terrifying aura! At this moment, Jiu Ling and many other skyprides' expressions changed abruptly. Rumble, below the void, thunderclouds occupied the area. Rumbling thunder resounded and purple lightning wreaked havoc. An aura that made one's soul palpitate suddenly rippled and spread in this part of the void. It was still spreading into the distance, causing all living beings to feel fear. At the same time, Diu and Du Shui among the disciples of the ancient heaven sect immediately screamed. The blood in their bodies was boiling, and something within their internal organs, muscles, and marrow seemed to be awakening and about to burst out. Qi La La, at this moment, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the other disciples of the Du family all looked at the sky with trembling eyes. Lightning spread over their bodies, and the lightning on Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoman's bodies was the densest. Thunder rumbled, and the entire void trembled. The terrifying killing aura fluctuated, and the purple lightning seemed to have turned into countless spiritual snakes that shuttled through the void. It made people's hair stand on end and their hearts turn cold. Dongli Qihuang's reincarnation martial vein could not get close to the lightning aura at this moment. Du Xiaofu finally used his lightning martial vein. This was also the first time Du Xiaofu had used his lightning martial vein. In the past, Du Xiaofu had only used the power of lightning. He had never truly used his lightning martial vein. That's Du Xiaofu's martial vein. Below the lightning platform, all the sky prides and elites were shocked. At this moment, the aura of Du Xiaofu's martial vein was too terrifying. It was not inferior to Dongli Qihuang's reincarnation martial vein at all. At this moment, anyone could feel that Dongli Qihuang's martial vein was in front of Du Xiaofu's martial vein. However, Dongli Qihuang could still barely resist it by relying on many mysterious methods related to the reincarnation secret technique. What kind of martial vein is this? Dongli Qihuang's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, he was truly shocked. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang could clearly feel the terrifying aura of Du Xiaofu's martial vein. It was like a supreme martial vein, making others fear it and not dare to approach. This Du Xiaofu is too terrifying. I must kill him today. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future if I let the tiger return to the mountain. Dongli Qihuang's killing intent rose to the peak. If he did not kill this kid today, once he left this ancient land, he would be like a tiger returning to the forest, or a dragon returning to the sea. At that time, it would be difficult to get rid of this kid. The experts of the ancient sky sect and the 7-star hall would definitely fight with all their strength. At this point, Dongli Qihuang went all out. He used all kinds of magical means, and the power rose. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu with all his strength. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu used the real thunder martial vein, like a supreme martial vein. Du Xiaofu's thunderbolt martial vein had a domineering murderous aura that swept across everything. No matter what the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix used, she could not get close to it. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be suppressed by his own cultivation level. He could not really do much to Dongli Qihuang. Qi La La, the purple lightning that filled the sky shuttled back and forth. Suddenly, the void trembled. The purple lightning raged like countless bombs exploding. The destructive power soared into the sky, and the low sound of thunder resounded in this world. At this moment, the purple lightning fluctuation seemed to be faintly connected with the purple lightning arcs around the divine thunder cauldron. Qi La La, the purple lightning arcs around the first divine thunder platform gathered above the first divine thunder platform. The purple lightning arcs gathered became denser and denser, and the light became brighter. Qi La La, the two martial veins confronted each other, and a terrifying aura rippled. Du Xiaofu's eyes were like huge waves in a sea of lightning. His body flashed with lightning, and his aura was terrifying to the extreme. Dongli Qihuang's body was wrapped in sacred light. He used all kinds of powerful means, and the world was dazzling. He looked majestic and proud in the sky. At this moment, the two's martial veins were fighting, and the geniuses of the same generation almost knelt down. The pressure of the martial veins came from heaven and earth, and people could not help but want to kowtow. That martial vein is too strong. What kind of martial vein does Du Xiaofu have? It's even stronger than Dongli Qihuang's martial vein. Has it surpassed the human sovereign level? A rogue genius was shocked and trembled. President is too strong. If they were at the same cultivation level, he would have killed Dongli Qihuang in an instant. Duosha's eyes were trembling, and he was so excited that his blood was boiling. Two terrifying fellows, both of them are so terrifying. Cries of shock rang out from all around. The battle between the two of them caused everyone to tremble and break down. Even their souls trembled. Du Xiaofu seems to be slightly weaker because of the difference in cultivation level. After a long confrontation, someone could see that Du Xiaofu was suppressed. The dark qi in his body could not support the consumption. This was because of the difference in cultivation level. Let's see how long you can last. After all, you are only at the nirvana realm of the martial royal realm. Dongli Qi Huang shouted coldly. He wanted to use the advantage of his cultivation level to squeeze Du Xiaofu dry, and then kill him in one fell swoop. Above the void, amidst the purple lightning, Du Xiaofu's black hair draped over his shoulders. Lightning flashed in his eyes continuously. There was an indescribable majesty about him. He was like a young god, capable of punishing and killing all living things in the world. I can't last long. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qi Huang, and then looked up at the purple lightning arcs that were gathering in the surrounding void. He felt that the thunder martial vein in his body could be connected with the bright purple lightning arcs. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile, and he said lightly, however, I can break through here, but you can't. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu waved his hand, opened his mouth, and sucked in the purple lightning arcs in the sky. A huge suction force suddenly filled the air and rushed up to the sky. Rumble. The purple gold lightning arcs in the sky were attracted by Du Xiaofu. As soon as Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and inhaled, they immediately fluctuated violently and turned into a large number of terrifying purple gold thunderbolts. With a rumbling sound, a large number of purple gold thunderbolts descended from the sky. Sizzle, the purple lightning was like countless bombs exploding. It fell from the sky with a destructive force, and then fell directly on Du Xiaofu's body. These purple lightning arcs, which were powerful enough to destroy everything, fell on Du Xiaofu's body, but then they disappeared and were finally absorbed by his body. At this time, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the power of the purple lightning. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein surged and covered his whole body. A magnificent and desolate aura spread. The blazing lightning around his body was like a rising sun, greedily absorbing the purple lightning arcs. After absorbing the terrifying lightning energy, Du Xiaofu's aura immediately began to rise. The energy contained in the purple lightning aura was powerful and terrifying. However, at this moment, these purple lightning arcs were like Du Xiaofu's. The terrifying lightning energy entered his body, causing Du Xiaofu's aura to rise like a rocket. Rise, rise rapidly. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Du Xiaofu floated in the air, covered with lightning. The supreme aura spread from his body, as if to suppress the world. Du Xiaofu had already experienced the benefits of absorbing the purple lightning arcs. At this time, when he saw the purple lightning arcs gathering in the void, he did not hesitate to swallow and absorb them directly. At this moment, it seemed that because of the thunder martial vein, under the thunder platform, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Yu, Du Shui, and other disciples of the Du family were also being struck by the purple lightning arcs. Du Yunlong and the others were covered with lightning arcs. Their auras were rising, which shocked and stunned the outstanding talents of the same generation. How could this be? The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix sensed Du Xiaofu's rising aura and his expression changed drastically. If this continued, it would definitely be disadvantageous to him. Dongli Qi Huang tried his best to stop Du Xiaofu, but he found that he could not stop him at all. He could only watch Du Xiaofu crazily swallow the lightning arcs and rise. Is he breaking through by swallowing the holy thunder inside? At this moment, outside the space-time charm formation, billions of people were watching everything and trembling. On the third peak of the Holy Thunder Mountain, the old Taoist of Changdao could not laugh anymore. On the sixth peak, Elder Gu Qingyang had a smile on his face at this moment. A great turn of events has happened. God bless the 7-star hall. On the 10th peak, Elder Cloud Leopard, Elder Yao Xing, Elder Yin Xuanlang, and other elders of the 7-star hall were so excited that their bodies were trembling and their eyes were red. Du Xiaofu's aura rose. When it reached a certain critical point, it started to slow down. However, at this slow speed, his aura rose a lot more vigorously. It seemed that he was accumulating power, so he was suppressing it and waiting for the right moment. At this moment, the bright purple lightning arcs that had gathered in the void around him were almost all swallowed by Du Xiaofu. Only the purple lightning arcs around the holy thunder cauldron that were isolated from the outside world were indestructible and unshakable. Du Xiaofu could not absorb and swallow them. Not long after, the lightning arcs in Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up the sky like two bright suns. Sizzle. Two solid lightning arcs suddenly shot up to the sky from Du Xiaofu's eyes and shot into the void holy thunder cauldron. At this moment, the suppressed aura in Du Xiaofu's body burst out from his body like a volcano. Rumble. Around the first forging body divine thunder platform, countless lightning arcs shot up to the sky and exploded continuously with a destructive aura. The purple gold lightning raged around as if there were countless bombs exploding. Everyone's eardrums were stinging, their minds were dizzy, and they were terrified. In the next moment, the Void Legacy and Du Xiaofu's aura also reached a new height. Complete martial royal realm. Jiu Chongling, Wu Ming, Jiang Wolin, and Ling Jun, Cheng Shengnan, Sima Muhan, Zhu Shui, and the others raised their heads and trembled. They could not help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, the terrifying youth had broken through from the Nirvana realm to the complete martial royal realm in such a domineering way in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was terrified. Regardless of how talented they were, it would take a few years for them to cultivate normally. It also depended on their luck. But now, the purple-robed youth had broken through so easily. Amidst the shock, all the geniuses began to droop their heads dejectedly. This was practically a death sentence for them. This guy is too terrifying. Today, even if we have to pay a high price, we have to kill him. There will be endless trouble. Just as Du Xiaofu broke through to the complete martial royal realm, Dongli Qihuang's killing intent also exploded. Pfft. With his eyes red, Dongli Qihuang formed a hand seal and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then, the dazzling holy light runes around him turned into a dazzling path in front of him. This path spread out from the void. The surroundings were dazzling, illusory, and blurred, distorting the space. On both sides of the path, there seemed to be golden light spreading out. Illusory figures of fairies were faintly discernible, and they looked extremely sacred. This path was mysterious and sacred. Everyone yearned for it, as though it was leading to the Nirvana realm. The divine sound in the path was deafening, causing people's bodies to tremble. Their souls resonated with it, as though they wanted to step into it and be shrouded by the holiness. Under the holiness, some geniuses could feel that once they were shrouded by the path, they would be doomed eternally. Reincarnation path, enter the reincarnation. Dongli Qihuang shouted. The reincarnation path in the void spread out directly toward Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the path could directly resist the terrifying thunderbolts in the surroundings. It could also resist the oppression of the thunder martial vein around Du Xiaofu. The path spread directly toward Du Xiaofu, as though it wanted to send Du Xiaofu into the reincarnation path. Du Xiaofu's eyes were fluctuating with thunderbolts. He waved his hand and thunderbolts gathered. In front of countless shocked gazes, they gathered into a huge purple-gold thunderbolt rock. The purple-gold thunderbolt rock's illusory figure hovered in the sky. Its eyes, which were bigger than lanterns, shot out two blazing purple-gold thunderbolts. Ku, the purple-gold thunderbolt rock's illusory figure shrieked. Its voice seemed to pierce through the sky of the sealed ancient land. Rumble. As the purple-gold thunderbolt rock spread its wings, huge purple-gold thunderbolts fell from its wings. They pierced through the space barrier and landed on the reincarnation path. The purple-gold thunderbolt arc raged in the sky. The thunderbolt arc actually destroyed the reincarnation path. Pfft! Dongli Chi spat out blood. A large mouthful of blood mist spurted out from his mouth as the reincarnation path was destroyed. Du Xiaofu stood on top of the purple-gold thunderbolt rock's illusory figure. His eyes were like a rolling sea of thunderbolts. His body was covered with thunderbolt arcs and connected with the purple-gold rock. A vast and unparalleled aura suddenly spread in all directions like a tide. I have said that if you want to keep me here, you, Dongli Chi, are not qualified. His domineering words resounded like thunder on the divine thunder platform. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's body swooped down. With a wave of his hand, a thunderbolt palm print instantly landed on Dongli Chi body. Bang! As the thunderbolt palm print landed, purple-gold thunderbolt arc surged into Dongli Chi body. There was a terrifying murderous aura in the palm print. It was ancient and domineering. With destruction, it forcefully destroyed Dongli Chi martial veins. Pfft! Pfft! Dongli Chi body fell from midair. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. In the end, under the trembling gazes of millions of people inside and outside, he was slammed down from the divine thunder platform. He was drenched in blood. Xiao Yu, continue to write a 5,000-word chapter. Chapter 948. Dongli Chi has been defeated. As Dongli Chi crashed onto the ground, the crowd below the lightning summoning stage instantly exclaimed in shock. Many gazes trembled violently. At that moment, the purple-gold lightning rock in the sky dissipated. Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in lightning. His eyes were filled with killing intent as his body swooped down like a bolt of lightning. Chi! Then, under countless shocked gazes, Du Xiaofu's figure landed beside the falling Dongli Chi. He swooped down with his fist and directly punched towards Dongli Chi's head. Looking at how terrifying this punch was, if Dongli Chi's head was hit by it, his brain matter and blood would definitely spurt out. Du Xiaofu's fierce and murderous attack also stunned countless gazes in the arena. From the looks of it, the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix wanted to kill Du Xiaofu, and Du Xiaofu had long wanted to kill the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix. Looking at Du Xiaofu's fierce and decisive attack, it was even better than Dongli Chi's. At that moment, Qing Xingnan's eyes also trembled. Looking at the thunder-like punch descending, the gaze in the depths of his eyes continued to be complicated and ethereal. Boom! Du Xiaofu's fist landed as fast as lightning. Without any surprise, it violently landed on the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's head. Frightening purple electric arcs immediately overflowed. At that moment, the entire arena was silent. Countless gazes looked up to watch. However, under everyone's gazes, when Du Xiaofu's punch landed, the scene of brain matter and blood spurting out did not appear as everyone had expected. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's body had already strangely disappeared in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Du Xiaofu's fist had only landed on the divine thunder platform. As Dongli Chi's figure disappeared, Du Xiaofu's eyes did not seem to be surprised. His body leaped up and his feet took a step forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. A cold smile appeared on his sharp face. His fist was wrapped in purple gold lightning and violently punched towards the void in front of him. Boom! The punch blasted open the spatial ripples and the lightning spread in all directions. Dongli Chi's figure strangely appeared in the spatial ripples. He staggered back more than 10 steps and spat out fresh blood once again. At this moment, in the depths of the easternly Scarlet Phoenix's beautiful eyes, there was a look of complete shock, and her expression was unprecedentedly disheveled, completely different from her previous majestic and extraordinary appearance. Do you still have the qualifications to keep me here? Du Xiaofu lifted his eyes and laughed coldly at the easternly Chi Huang. The lightning glow in his eyes rippled with an undisguised murderous intent. A low and deep thunder roar sounded from under his feet. His body once again appeared in front of the Eastern Li Qi Huang in a ghost-like fashion. A hand that was wrapped in a lightning glow once again ruthlessly landed on the Eastern Li Qi Huang's chest. This time, Dong Li Qi Huang could not escape. When the lightning palm landed, his body was directly sent flying. Accompanied by a mist of blood from his mouth, his body violently smashed into the edge of the divine lightning stage. At that moment, the entire arena was silent and shocked. Dong Li Qi Huang's strength was enough to reach the half-step martial honorable realm. He was comparable to a genuine martial honorable in the outside world. However, he had been defeated by Du Xiaofu. He had been defeated so cleanly. In the divine lightning mountain range, everyone's eyes were trembling with shock. All the experts' faces were filled with astonishment. This was especially true for the experts and elders of the Great Will sect and the Divine Light Court. All of their faces were filled with shock. Originally, they all thought that Du Xiaofu was definitely going to die. There was no way that he could be a match for the saint, Dong Li Qi Huang. The experts of the Great Luan sect had long known that the saint, Dong Li Qi Huang's real combat strength was comparable to a venerable. That was why the old Taoist of Changdao dared to make such a bet. Everyone knew that Du Xiaofu was in a situation where he was bound to lose, but he suddenly turned the tables and was even able to make a breakthrough in the battle. Until now, the outcome had been reversed. Du Xiaofu, who was supposed to lose, had now won. Qi. As Dong Li Qi Huang landed on the ground, Du Xiaofu's figure swept out again. His eyes were filled with coldness. He had no intention of letting Dong Li Qi Huang go. He chased after him again. Dong Li Qi Huang's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he was like a prodigal dog. Dong Li Qi Huang knew that Du Xiaofu would definitely kill him. At this moment, he was severely injured. His physical body was not as terrifying as Du Xiaofu's, so he could no longer fight back. Once he fell into Du Xiaofu's hands, he would definitely die. Run! Dong Li Qi Huang fled. He used the last of his strength. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people, he chose to escape. He fled from the divine lightning platform of the first forging body to the divine lightning platform of the second forging body. The entire divine lightning platform seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix actually chose to flee in front of all the top talents of the younger generation of the Central Plains. Back then, Du Xiaofu did not manage to escape when he was on the verge of death. In comparison, how big was the gap between them? People can only see the gap in their hearts when they are at the end of their rope. Shui Ruhan muttered in the ancient heavenly sex formation. There was a faint blue ripple in her eyes. Qi. Du Xiaofu continued his pursuit. There was no way he would let this Dong Li Qi Huang go. He immediately chased after Du Xiaofu, wanting to chase after the divine lightning platform of the second forging body. However, when Du Xiaofu wanted to chase after Yi Shiwen, he was restrained by an invisible force the moment he left the divine lightning platform of the first forging body. He couldn't descend. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was restrained by the space, Dong Li Qi Huang, who landed on the divine lightning platform of the second forging body, let out a sigh of relief. He took out a lot of pellets and stuffed them into his mouth. His face was pale and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Dong Li Qi Huang has been defeated. Everyone's eyes trembled. The final result had exceeded the expectations of most people. Dong Li Qi Huang's reputation and strength had long resounded in the Central Plains. Even if Enling Jun, Jiang Wolin, and Ming Rongyin were unwilling to accept Dong Li Qi Huang, they knew in their hearts that they were inferior to Dong Li Qi Huang. But today, the holy son of the Great Luan sect, Dong Li Qi Huang, a rebirth realm expert of the Great Luan sect, had been defeated by Du Xiaofu. Furthermore, he had been defeated in such a sorry state. The young Hall Master is mighty. Our 7-star hall is invincible. 1 against 10. The president is valiant. Amidst the silence, the disciples of the 7-star hall, world society, and ancient heavenly sect burst into cheers. Their blood boiled as they raised their arms and cheered. From now on, the world society will spread throughout the central plains. Yi Piaoling and Qin Gu Yu said with ripples in their eyes. The rebuilding of Tianwu Academy is imminent. General, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Li Yuxiao, and Ghost Child trembled. At this moment, the purple gold lightning on Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the other members of the Du family had already disappeared. However, everyone had made a breakthrough. However, their breakthroughs were far from Du Xiaofu's. Their breakthroughs were drowned out by Du Xiaofu's every move, so it didn't cause too much of a commotion. With third brother, the Du family will definitely rise. Du Yunlong raised his head as his cloud robe fluttered in the wind. His aura had already reached the martial emperor realm. In the ancient heavenly sect's lineup, Du Yu and Du Shui's lightning martial vein had also awakened. Their auras had skyrocketed. Their eyes were filled with lightning. The aura of their martial veins was definitely not below that of Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong. The leader of the Sky Prides, a supreme being Sky Pride. Jiu Ling, Wu Ming, Jiang Wolin, and the other Sky Prides looked at the purple-robed youth with a wry smile. The leader of the Sky Prides, 1 against 10. Martial Uncle Du's bravery has greatly shaken our ancient heavenly sect. In the ancient heavenly sect, in front of the space-time rune array in the Tianwu Square, the disciples of the ancient heavenly sect were so nervous that their palms were bleeding. When they saw the purple-robed youth standing proudly in the void, they cheered endlessly. A supreme being Sky Pride, a supreme Sky Pride. On the mountain peak, Sima Taitixing's glassy eyes shone brightly. There was a smile on his handsome face as he said, Martial Uncle Qingyang's eyes are sharp this time. He has found a good disciple. The 7-star hall is going to prosper. On the 10th peak of the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Cloud Leopard, Elder Yao Xing, and the others were so excited that they danced with joy. He won. The young master won 1 against 10. Elder Yin Xuanlang was so excited that he directly hugged Elder Yun Ziqin and spun her around twice. Then, he seemed to realize that it was Elder Yun Ziqin he was hugging. He immediately blushed, put Elder Yun Ziqin down, and retreated to the side. At this moment, Elder Yun Ziqin was stunned. When she came back to her senses, her cheeks were already flushed, and she looked like a young girl. Powerful. That Xiao Feng is too powerful. It's not Xiao Feng. It's Du Xiaofu. That guy is Du Xiaofu from the Dark Forest. In the vast crowd in the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, countless people's eyes trembled in shock. There was a lot of discussion, and many people on the 3rd peak looked gloomy at this moment. The Taoist of Changdao, Leizuan, and the others looked as cold as ice. They didn't expect that Dongli Chihuang would be defeated by Du Xiaofu in the end. On each peak, the looks in their eyes were complicated. The strength and fierceness that Du Xiaofu showed made the top experts present have to pay attention to him. 1 against 10. How powerful and terrifying was that? No one had ever done it before. If such a fierce young man was refined by the divine thunder body this time, one could imagine his future. Ha 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 ha, compared to the gloomy faces of Yu Ren, Leizuan, the Taoist of Changdao, and the others, Elder Gu Qingyang's ruddy face was full of smiles. Then, his loud laughter was like thunder, echoing wantonly in this part of the Divine Thunder Mountain Range. Elder Qingyang, you've earned a lot this time. With such a disciple, you're satisfied with your life. Elder Hu Sankuan, Elder Qian Mingze, and the others looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. While they envied Elder Gu Qingyang, they were also happy for the ancient heaven sect. They all knew very well that no matter whether the young man was a disciple of the 7-star hall or the ancient heaven sect, he was from the ancient heaven sect. One of the masters of the peerless young man was Gu Qingyang of the ancient heaven sect. Gu Qingyang, congratulations. With such a disciple, what more can I ask for? Gu Qingyang, you should be proud now. Some figures landed. On the surrounding peaks, some experts landed on the sixth peak. They were the top experts of other forces. At this time, on the one hand, they were familiar with Gu Qingyang before, and on the other hand, they came to show their goodwill. Chapter 949. Ha, of course, of course. Gu Qingyang's ruddy face beamed with joy. His two front teeth protruded out and his saliva splattered everywhere. He was in a great mood. However, attentive people would be able to tell that on Gu Qingyang's bright smiling face, there was a bit of hidden moisture in his clear eyes. Those were tears of joy for his disciples' counterattack, and even more so, for his disciples' safety. He really did succeed. Jiangqin's deep, bright eyes gazed at the purple-robed young man in the air. Finally, he revealed a look of shock. On the first Divine Thunder platform, millions of people watched as Du Xiaofu stood in the air. His purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood above all the other geniuses. Boom! On the Divine Thunder platform, the air rippled. As Dongli Qihuang landed on the second Divine Thunder platform, the surrounding purple lightning rippled and the entire space froze again. Du Xiaofu defeated 10 geniuses by himself and became the leader of the geniuses. Shi Longyang has been knocked off the Divine Thunder platform. The Divine Thunder body tempering competition is about to begin. Everyone's eyes trembled. This result made them sigh in amazement. Du Xiaofu's ferociousness and strength had thoroughly shocked his peers in Zhongzhou. It wasn't difficult for them to know that, after this battle, Du Xiaofu's name would spread throughout Zhongzhou. He would truly be the #1 genius of the younger generation. No one could compare to his ferocity. The unluckiest one was Shi Longyang. He had clearly stepped onto the 10th Divine Thunder platform, but in the end, he was struck down by Du Xiaofu. He fell down from the Divine Thunder platform and lost a great opportunity. Chi. Just as the purple lightning arc solidified the space below the Divine Lightning Cauldron, little Xingxing, who was on Lin Weiqi's back, raised his head. His pale golden eyes stared intently at the Divine Lightning Cauldron above. After which, he seemed to clench his teeth. His small body was like a bolt of lightning as he immediately rushed towards the Divine Lightning Cauldron. Little Xingxing, be careful. Lin Weiqi snapped out of her daze and shouted to stop him, but it was too late. Then, under Lin Weiqi's astonished gaze, she watched as little Xingxing's body shot past the purple lightning that no one dared to touch. None of the Sky Prides were able to cross the purple lightning arc that froze space. But at this moment, Little Star easily passed by as if it was nothing. These purple electric arcs would not cause any harm to little Xingxing at all. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, wherever little Xingxing's small body passed, the surrounding purple lightning arc seemed to have intelligence and automatically avoided it. Little Xingxing's body landed grandly on Du Xiaofu's shoulder on the Divine Lightning platform. He gazed into the depths of the inverted Divine Lightning Cauldron and said, "Father, I feel like there's an opportunity inside. There's a familiar aura. I feel it too." Du Xiaofu looked up. Since he couldn't kill Dongli Qihuang, he could only give up. If there was another chance, he wouldn't let it go. At this moment, in the depths of the Divine Thunder Cauldron, the essence blood and primordial spirit were connected. Unknowingly, Du Xiaofu also felt that something was calling him, inviting him into the Divine Thunder Cauldron. "Father, let's go in." Little Xingxing asked Du Xiaofu. His golden eyes were filled with anticipation. That familiar aura made little Xingxing feel unusually close, as if they were connected by blood. "Let's go." Du Xiaofu nodded. His figure rose into the air and stepped on the void. Suddenly, step by step, he stepped on the Divine Thunder Cauldron that occupied the firmament. What is Du Xiaofu trying to do? It seems like Dongli Qihuang also wanted to climb into the Divine Thunder Cauldron, but he was defeated in just 3 steps. At this moment, millions of eyes trembled again as they stared at the young man in the purple robe. Inside the divine thunder cauldron, a terrifying purple electric arc descended. The pressure was like a huge boulder that weighed millions of pounds, pressing down on everyone's hearts. That pressure made people's chi freeze, their meridians and souls tremble, and their souls tremble. This kid also knows about that rumor. In the ancient heaven sect, Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes flickered again. He looked at the purple-robed young man in the space-time talisman array, his eyes full of anticipation. On the divine thunder cauldron, on the first forging body, Du Xiaofu was domineeringly climbing up. Step by step, he took 4 steps in a row. Du Xiaofu easily surpassed Dongli Qi Huang, causing millions of eyes to tremble in astonishment. That young man in the purple robe was currently stepping into the air with the bearing of a supreme genius. He was incomparably domineering and magnificent. That young man in the purple robe stepped into the divine thunder cauldron step by step amidst the purple-gold electric arcs. He was domineering and extraordinary. How eye-catching. On the divine thunder cauldron, Cheng Xingnan looked at the purple-robed figure that had surpassed Dongli Qi Huang. Her eyes were filled with ethereal ripples. At this moment, that young man was stepping into the air step by step, as if he was getting further and further away from her. He can actually reach the top. On the divine thunder cauldron, Jiu Ling, Wu Ming, Jiang Wolin, and Ling Jun, and the others all looked up at the purple-robed figure. Their eyes trembled again. Could the rumor be true? Why can he go up? On the divine thunder cauldron, Dongli Qihuang's pale face was filled with resentment as he looked at the domineering young man. 5 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps, 8 steps, Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in purple lightning as he stepped into the terrifying purple-gold electric arcs with his head held high. Purple-gold lightning swept down from the electric arcs. It was domineering and destructive, ancient and boundless, but it couldn't stop Du Xiaofu's domineering steps. Get out of the way. Don't hurt my father. Little Xingxing raised his head and shouted arrogantly. The purple-gold lightning seemed to be intelligent and obedient as it scattered to the sides, afraid of hurting little Xingxing. Boom! When Du Xiaofu's 9th step landed, a large amount of purple-gold lightning swept down from the purple-gold electric arcs above. It was like a purple-gold light pillar passage that enveloped Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. Then, under countless gazes, the purple-gold lightning, Du Xiaofu, and little Xingxing all disappeared into the inverted divine thunder cauldron. The divine thunder cauldron also disappeared under the divine thunder cauldron. He went in, he really went in. Why is it him and not me? Looking at the disappearing purple-robed figure, Dongli Qihuang's eyes trembled, and his resentment was dense. Dongli Qihuang really couldn't understand why that brat from Little Stone City could do something he couldn't do. It seems that the rumors are true. It's just that Dongli Qihuang isn't qualified, but that brat can. Everything is clear now. 1 against 10, only a supreme genius can get the greatest opportunity. So that's how it is. Our ancient heaven sect finally has a heavenly lord. On the mountain peak outside the ancient heaven sect's Jianwu Square, Sima Taxing's eyes trembled. The rumors of the true great opportunity were true, and it had fallen on that brat. This was definitely a good thing for the entire ancient heaven sect. The rumors are true, and it fell on that brat. Not good. In the Great Will sect, in the frozen space of the mountain peak far away from the spacetime array, many figures with powerful auras that were strong enough to distort the surrounding space stood. They looked at the purple-robed figure that disappeared into the spacetime array with solemn and cold expressions. Investigate, find out what that brat's background is. On the mountain peak, a rather handsome middle-aged man sneered as a chill shot out from his eyes. Crackle, all the spacetime array began to disappear, and everything in the sealed ancient land began to disappear. Those supreme geniuses should have started to refine their bodies with the divine thunder. The sealed ancient land will open in a month, and they will be able to come out then. I reckon that those supreme geniuses will be able to increase their strength by a lot. The most terrifying thing is that their spiritual roots and martial veins will be strengthened. How did Du Xiaofu enter the divine thunder cauldron in the end? Everything is mysterious to begin with. Now that the dust has settled, Du Xiaofu can still step down from the sky and fight 10 alone. He might be able to get even greater benefits after entering the divine thunder cauldron. In the divine thunder mountain range, there was a lot of discussion. As the space-time array disappeared, people began to leave. This grand event in the Central Plains had come to an end. And in this grand event, everyone was excited and pleasantly surprised. Quite a few dark horses surged out. In the end, Du Xiaofu appeared, fighting against 10 alone. This was something that had never been done before and would never be done in the future. In the sealed ancient land, under the divine thunder cauldron, a large amount of purple gold thunderbolts fell and shrouded the 9 divine thunder cauldrons. Dongli Qi Huang, Jiu Chongling, Wu Ming, Cheng Xingnan, Sima Muhan, Du Shaoqing, Zhu Shui, and Ling Jun, and Jiang Wulan sat cross-legged, forming hand seals and began to absorb the purple gold thunderbolts into their bodies. Divine thunder body refining, what a great opportunity. Below the thunder cauldron, many people looked envious. Such an opportunity was too rare. After the divine thunder body refining, those supreme geniuses' cultivation and strength were able to widen the gap between them and their peers. 30 years ago, those supreme geniuses who had obtained the divine thunder body refining, such as Sima Tuxing and Dongli Changgu, had already surpassed their peers in terms of cultivation and strength. My martial veins seem to have improved again. Below the thunder cauldron, Du Yunlong stretched and his joints crackled. He felt indescribably carefree. The purple gold thunderbolts that he had just absorbed had not only allowed him to step into the martial royal realm, but also strengthened his martial veins. One battle made him famous in the Central Plains. The supreme genius is known throughout the world. Gu Xinyan met him head-on. She raised her beautiful face, her beautiful eyes glowing. Let's wait for a month. Everyone can comprehend the battle just now. It will benefit you a lot. After a month, they will finish the divine thunder body refining and there will be a space tunnel to seal the exit. Shui Ruhan said to the disciples of the ancient heaven sect behind her. Chapter 950. Inside the mysterious holy thunder cauldron, purplish gold electric arcs filled the surroundings, exuding a destructive aura. Little Star, be careful. Du Xiaofu reminded Little Star loudly, afraid that something would happen to the ingrate. Rumble. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a series of thunderous explosions sounded from the surroundings. Dazzling purple lightning burst out. Bolts of purple gold lightning that were completely formed from purple lightning struck down with a loud bang, shattering the surrounding space. Du Xiaofu's body trembled. It was as if his body had fallen into a black hole. Then, he appeared in a foreign space. The surrounding space was empty. There were purplish gold thunderclouds in the sky and Little Star's whereabouts were unknown. Sizzle, inside the thundercloud, purple gold thunderbolts almost merged into one, striking down with a series of crackling noises. Wherever the lightning passed, the space would shatter. The lightning was as thick as an arm and it struck down with a terrifying force. This force was enough to shatter a peak martial royal realm expert into pieces. Before Du Xiaofu could react, the terrifying purplish gold lightning struck down from the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh no! Du Xiaofu was shocked. He activated his thunder martial veins in an attempt to stop the power of the lightning. However, at this moment, the purplish gold lightning was rolling in the thunderclouds. Streaks of purplish gold lightning were like purplish gold pythons. They burst out from the purple thunderclouds and tore the space apart. They struck down fiercely from all directions. In this empty space, Du Xiaofu could not escape at all. Pfft! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood again. The thunder martial veins in his body were shattered. His body was covered in blood, revealing his white bones. If it was an ordinary person who had just become a martial venerable, he would have been killed and turned into ashes. Rumble. After Du Xiaofu spat out a second mouthful of fresh blood, many arm-thick purple-gold thunderbolts were like large purple-gold dragons roaring in the sky. They were accompanied by a resplendent lightning glow as they rushed down from all directions. Du Xiaofu used the wave-like carefree steps, and his figure was as swift as a deity. His eyes were filled with shock as he tried to escape from the attack zone of the purple-gold thunderbolts. However, all of this seemed to be futile. The thunderbolts seemed to have a mind of their own as they bombarded Du Xiaofu's body one after another. Terrifying purple electric arcs overflowed and turned into countless tiny purple electric snakes, which continuously drilled into Du Xiaofu's body. The destructive power caused Du Xiaofu's body to explode piece by piece. As the golden blood splattered, Du Xiaofu began to lose consciousness. Du Xiaofu's final consciousness felt that the terrifying purple-gold thunderbolts were destroying everything in his body. Du Xiaofu's strong body was unable to resist the purple-gold thunderbolts. Even his thunder martial veins could no longer absorb the power of the purple-gold thunderbolts. His bones, muscles, internal organs, blood vessels, and meridians began to be destroyed. Rumble. 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 The purple-gold thunderbolts in the purple thunderclouds above the empty space gathered into purple-gold thunderbolts, which then struck Du Xiaofu's body. Bang! 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 Du Xiaofu's body was destroyed by the thunderbolts. His internal organs, bones, muscles, meridians, blood vessels, and flesh were all shattered into pieces. Even his Shenkei and Naiwan palace were destroyed by the thunderbolts. Du Xiaofu's square box, Qiankuan bag, the Peng golden wings, Ba Ying, and other items were scattered to the side. Du Xiaofu's body was destroyed by the purple gold thunderbolts. Blood rained down, his meridians were broken, his internal organs were ruptured, and his bones were shattered into pieces. Am I really going to die this time? In the last moments of Du Xiaofu's consciousness, he thought of his drunkard father, his mother and sister, Xiao Jing, whom he had never seen before, Xiao Qing, Du Xiaoyao, his first uncle, second uncle, Yilao, the tomboy, Ouyang Shuang, that fairy-like girl, and that clever girl. Those familiar figures appeared in the depths of his consciousness. Then, Du Xiaofu's body was torn into pieces, and he began to lose his consciousness. A thunderbolt struck, and Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit flew out and fell into a coma. Qi. However, in the last moment, the ancient desolate space in his mud pill palace erupted with light, automatically enveloping his unconscious primordial spirit, allowing it to remain safe and sound. At this moment, in the same empty space, purple gold thunderclouds filled the sky, and purple gold lightning filled the air. Little Xingxing's body appeared in this empty space. His golden eyes swiveled around as he stared fixedly at the ink-black light hovering in this empty space. The ink-black light also gave off an ancient aura that made one's heart palpitate in the space filled with purple gold lightning. It was like a peerless beast that was in a deep slumber. Whoosh! Suddenly, the ink-black light began to flow. Light poured into the empty space, as if a peerless beast had awakened. Suddenly, little Xingxing seemed to be attracted by something, and his golden eyes turned ink-black. Roar! Little Xingxing opened his mouth and roared. Then, he turned into his colossal body that was dozens of feet long. Starlight flowed, and there was the aura of the golden-winged rock. His wings, which were hundreds of feet long, were no longer as thin as a cicada's wings. Instead, they were like the feathers of a phoenix, and blazing red-purple flames spread. A terrifying, strange, and complicated pressure spread from little Xingxing's body into the empty space. That was the aura of a demonic beast sovereign. Whoosh! The ink-black light fluctuated, and then turned into dazzling spots of light that covered little Xingxing's back. It wrapped him tightly, as if he was a part of nature. An illusory figure then walked out from the ink-black light. It was an extremely young yellow-robed man who was not even 30 years old. He stepped into the empty space, and his figure was peerless. It was the descent of a true sovereign. The space around the yellow-robed man was distorted. Under the golden curly hair on his forehead, there was a vast aura in his deep, black eyes. There was a demonic mark between his eyebrows. "Child, your father, mother, and uncle are all busy, so we had no choice but to leave you in this world. When you come here, I'm afraid this world will be in turmoil again. Leave behind the black tortoise divine shell for self-protection. It can also help the person who has the purple lightning profound cauldron to guard this world. Take care of your home. Your mother and I will definitely come to bring you home." As the man's voice fell, there was a smile in his eyes. Then, the illusory figure of a sovereign slowly disappeared in the empty space. Time passed slowly. The 9 geniuses on the Divine Thunder platform were being refined by the Divine Thunder. Their auras, spiritual roots, and martial veins continued to strengthen, which attracted countless envious gazes. Below the lightning platform, the Du family and the world society no longer dared to underestimate them. Back then, there were less than 70 geniuses on the lightning platform. Only a dozen geniuses from the Du family and the world society were able to step on it. This was enough to make people not dare to underestimate them. Looking at the 9 great forces, none of them could have so many geniuses. In addition, this time, Du Xiaofu had defeated 10 geniuses by himself. The news that he was the World Society's president and the 3rd son of the Du family had quietly spread. No one dared to underestimate the Du family and the World Society. Some people even speculated that the Du family and the World Society were big secluded forces. Otherwise, why would they throw out so many geniuses? There were also people who secretly guessed that Du Xiaofu, who had entered the Divine Thunder Cauldron's cave, would obtain a great opportunity. In short, this Sky Pride competition was completely different from the previous ones. In the outside world, the entire Zhongzhou was shaken. Du Xiaofu's name resounded throughout the entire Zhongzhou. While everyone was dumbfounded, the World Society and the Du family's reputation also quietly spread. Du Xiaofu had fought against 10 alone and stood above all the other heaven's prides. Once the news of Du Xiaofu's tyrannical deed spread, it was as if a peerless vicious beast had descended to the mortal world or a god had descended to the mortal world. At dusk, under the setting sun, the stone city was covered in golden light. The sea of clouds shone with golden light, looking extremely spectacular. The Du family's main hall was also shrouded in a sunset glow. At the entrance of the treasure ground, the glow soared into the sky. "The heavens have blessed our Du family." Immediately spread the news throughout the barren country that the Du family's 3rd young master is still alive and has suppressed the leader of all the geniuses. The Du family's disciples are famous in the sealed ancient lands. If our Du family does not fall, we will prosper. In the main hall, Du Zhenwu's body trembled. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Spread the news to the barren country's frontline. The founding rock emperor has not fallen. He will return from the sealed ancient lands in a few days. Medicine King Yi Wuming said. His gray robe fluttered and his eyes trembled. The 3rd young master is not dead. He really is not dead. The mysterious Dragon King, Absolute Sword King, Stone Turtle King and the others were all excited. The heavens have blessed the barren country. The barren country will be blessed by the heavens. The stone city is blessed by the heavens. The heavens have eyes. At dusk, the entire stone city was in an uproar. Everyone walked to the streets, decorated with lanterns and banners, and beat gongs and drums to celebrate. Someone will take revenge for the stone city. Wait for the rock emperor to return and take revenge. In the crowd, there were old people who were moved to tears. There were women and children who were looking forward to it. The Stone City's blood feud would wait for the Supreme Being to return and take revenge. He's not dead. He's not dead yet. The supreme genius, Dongli Chi Huang, has been defeated. Chapter 951. He's not dead. He's not dead yet. Even Dongli Chi Huang has been defeated. In the Golden Dragon Palace of the Stone Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace, Emperor Cheng's body couldn't help but tremble as he held the jade slip in his hand. Thud thud. The message seemed to have drained all of Emperor Cheng's energy. He staggered backward and slumped into the dragon throne behind him. His eyes were empty. We can only look for the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court now. Emperor Qing Fanshi's eyes trembled and his old face darkened. He's the junior brother of Sima Taxing, the leader of the Ancient Heaven sect. He's also the disciple of the Seven Star Hall's revered artifact. He seems to have a good relationship with the Profound Talisman sect. His backing is even stronger than the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court. Sima Taxing Xing's voice trembled slightly, his eyes desolate. He knew very well that Du Xiaofu was backed by the Ancient Heaven sect, the Seven Stars Hall, and possibly even the Profound Charm sect. Their relationship was more stable than the Great Will sect and the Divine Light Court, which the Stone Dragon Empire currently relied on. More importantly, once he came out of the sealed ancient land, he could rely on the strength of the World Association and the Du family to sweep the entire Stone Dragon Empire. Among the 70 or so Sky Prides, almost 20 of them were closely related to him. We have no choice but to rely on the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court. We'll see what they plan to do, Emperor Qing Fanshi said in a deep voice. His old face was cold. Emperor Cheng looked at Emperor Qing Fanshi. After a while, he sighed and said, "Father, you shouldn't have gone to Stone City. Otherwise, things wouldn't have come to this. There's no point in thinking about it. We can't use him, so we can only get rid of him. The Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court are still here. I'm afraid they want to get rid of Du Xiaofu more than we do. We haven't lost yet. We still have a chance," Emperor Qing Fanshi said in a deep voice. As the Emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire, he had protected the Stone Dragon Empire for many years not only because of his strength. Sigh, Emperor Cheng sighed softly, unable to refute old Emperor Qing Fanshi's words. His gaze trembled slightly as he muttered to himself, "I hope there is still a chance. I hope Xingnan can bring about a turn for the better." Within the Stone Dragon Empire, the news that the Courage God King, Du Xiaofu, and the Depeng Emperor, the founder of the Desolate Empire, were still alive had spread. When the Stone Dragon Empire and the Huang country went to war, the Huang country's army didn't attack the ordinary citizens. Everywhere they went, the cities were left untouched. They didn't even take a needle or thread. They had already gained the support of many. On the other hand, some of the Stone Dragon Empire's direct descendants were defeated in a panic. Everywhere they went, they were heavily taxed and robbed of cultivation resources. This made the people hate them, but they didn't dare to say anything. As the news that the brave Divine King was still alive in the sealed ancient land and had defeated the 9 forces to become a supreme Sky Pride spread, many people were shaken. Most of the people in the Stone Dragon Empire's army had witnessed the brave Divine King leading the many experts to kill the enemy in Enlightenment City. Putting aside the fact that the brave Divine King had defeated Lu Kun of the Sky Snake sect and established the Stone Dragon Empire's reputation. In the end, the brave Divine King wasn't included in the celebration. Neither was the Heavenly Beast Hall and the World Assembly mentioned. Some of the soldiers were already unhappy. They only discussed in secret and didn't dare to say it out loud. Later on, the brave Divine King was severely injured and needed the Imperial Palace's Dragon Chi to prolong his life. However, the Stone Dragon Empire refused. In the end, the news of the brave Divine King's death and the Stone City in Dark Forest forming a country had spread throughout the army. Some of the soldiers were already unhappy with the Stone Dragon Empire, but they couldn't do anything about it. Later on, because the Huang country wanted to seek justice in the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial palace, the old Emperor Qing Fanshi and the experts of the Great Luan sect started a massacre in the Stone City. Blood flowed like a river, causing the Stone Dragon Empire and the Huang country to go to war. This made many soldiers of the Stone Dragon Empire even more unhappy. However, they had no choice since they were their own masters. At this moment, the brave divine king was still alive. Many of the soldiers in the army saw how arrogant the Qing family's soldiers were and wanted to retreat. Some of them secretly wanted to change sides. A huge storm was brewing. Alive, my grandson is still alive. In the bamboo forest, the North Vanquishing Monarch's eyes trembled with excitement. The North Vanquishing Monarch's body was getting stronger and stronger. However, he had become much weaker in the past few years. He looked old. North Vanquishing Monarch, we can't take it anymore. Many of the generals and marquises were dissatisfied and were secretly executed. The Qing family is immoral and doesn't deserve our lives. Old Wang, please lead us. In the bamboo forest, a general in armor knelt down and begged for his orders. Old Wang, please lead us. All the generals knelt down and begged in unison. I've already removed my armor and returned to my farm. I've abstained from worldly affairs and received the mercy of the heavens. My grandson is still alive. That's enough. The North Vanquishing Monarch waved his hand. He had already removed his armor and returned to his farm. He didn't want to interfere with worldly affairs anymore. The generals had no choice but to leave reluctantly. They knew they couldn't persuade this stubborn old Wang. Grandpa, Xia Fei opened her mouth. Her bright eyes moved and she looked charming. It seemed she wanted to say something. Fei, do you think my grandson still needs my help? The North Vanquishing Monarch interrupted Xia Fei's words. Xia Fei looked at the North Vanquishing Monarch. After a while, she said softly, Grandpa, do you really want to see people suffer? With that guy's character, once he comes out and learns about the changes in Stone City, he won't let it go. What I'm most afraid of is people suffering. That's why I removed my armor and returned to my farm. What comforts me is that the desolate country is supported everywhere it goes. I didn't misjudge him. It seems like the Stone Dragon Empire's luck has run out, the North Vanquishing Monarch sighed. After a while, he said softly, but with my cheap grandson's character, he won't let the Qing family go. In the end, the Qing family won't come to us and beg us to retire. Then I'll risk my life to beg that kid to save the Qing family's bloodline. Why is that? Xia Fei was puzzled and asked the North Vanquishing Monarch. If the Qing family doesn't come to us in the end, it means they still deserve to keep the bloodline. The North Vanquishing Monarch looked into the depths of the bamboo forest. His eyes flickered as he said, if the Qing family still sends people here in the end, it means the Qing family wants us to suppress my grandson. Then it means the Qing family isn't worth us anymore. Xia Fei didn't say anything. She seemed to have understood something. Thunder rumbled in the void. Bolts of purple gold lightning struck Du Xiaofu's sleeping soul. However, they were blocked by the light of the space lock. Flesh and blood were flying everywhere. At this moment, apart from Du Xiaofu's sleeping soul, there was also the Qianquan bag, the tyrant's shadow, and the golden rock wings. The square box containing the heavenly palace of purple gold had long been destroyed, revealing the complete heavenly palace of purple gold. No matter how hard the lightning struck, it couldn't destroy the heavenly palace of purple gold. In the void, a huge piece of flesh was completely torn apart. However, there seemed to be some connection between the pieces. Among the flesh, blood, meridians, and broken bones, there was a light net that released mysterious runes and spread pressure. It was Du Xiaofu's original thunder martial vein. Boom! The incessant purple-gold thunderbolts directly bombarded the broken flesh. The monstrous thunderbolts lacked a kind of destructive aura at this moment. As they bombarded the broken flesh, purple-gold lightning lingered, seemingly strengthening the flesh. The bolts of lightning struck in an orderly manner. There seemed to be some kind of pattern. Every time a bolt of lightning struck, the shattered pieces of flesh would quietly undergo some changes. They were slowly being refined and becoming stronger. This kind of tempering was undoubtedly much more abnormal than Du Xiaofu's absorption of the blood essence of demonic beasts and the energy of spiritual herbs. This kind of tempering completely shattered the body and started from every cell. The power of the purple lightning was enough to destroy any physical body. However, when it landed on Du Xiaofu's shattered body, it strangely allowed it to survive. Du Xiaofu's broken body, every piece of broken flesh, every tiny cell, was automatically absorbing the power of the purple thunder. At this moment, if the previous owner of the Divine Lightning Cauldron, that the people of the Central Continent called the Divine Lightning Cauldron, saw the speed at which Du Xiaofu's shattered flesh was absorbing the purple gold lightning energy, he would definitely curse in his heart. This speed was many times faster than his original speed. Of course, the previous owner of the Godly Thunder Cauldron did not have the Thunderbolt Martial Vein. However, Du Xiaofu had the Thunderbolt Martial Vein and his body could absorb the power of the lightning. At this moment, his speed was naturally much faster. In the shattered body, there was a tyrannical fluctuation of golden talisman engravings that released an overbearing aura. That was the half of the golden-winged rock bone in Du Xiaofu's chest. At this moment, it was constantly being destroyed by the terrifying purple gold lightning. In the end, it completely merged with the flesh and blood. Rumble. The lightning continued to strike. Du Xiaofu's body was filled with multicolored light and fluctuations of ultimacy. A powerful heart was beating like a drum, shaking people's souls. This was Du Xiaofu's new heart. It was formed from the grass of immortality, dark seeker grass, star energy, and the ultimacy of the purple flame demonic phoenix. This new heart was reborn from the destruction of the lightning. At this moment, it was unharmed in the lightning. It could even connect with the lightning and release a surging and indestructible vitality. Chapter 952. Bolts of purple gold lightning struck Du Xiaofu's shattered physical body. Under the boundless life force released by the new heart, the shattered physical body became much more active. Chi 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 chi. There was only silence in this empty space. It was a silence that had lost all traces of time. Of course, amidst this silence, bolts of purple gold lightning continued to strike. These bolts of purple gold lightning followed a fixed pattern. As they struck Du Xiaofu's shattered physical body, they also struck Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Although Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was protected by the boundless energy released by the ancient barren space, there were still bolts of purple gold lightning that penetrated the boundless energy and entered his primordial spirit. Finally, they merged with his primordial spirit. If anyone could see this scene now, they would definitely be able to sense that Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had an additional purple gold color as it absorbed the power of the purple gold lightning. It was becoming more and more solid and powerful. Time passed. In this empty space, the purple gold lightning seemed to have no intelligence, but it also seemed to have a sliver of intelligence. It struck out bolts of lightning according to a fixed pattern and speed. In the entire space, only the sound of thunder resounded. As for Du Xiaofu's shattered physical body, it became stronger and stronger after being tempered by the lightning. Finally, under the boundless life force released by the new heart, Du Xiaofu's shattered physical body began to reform once again. His tendons, muscles, limbs, meridians, and blood vessels were regenerated and regenerated. Only when even his primordial spirit was covered did the ancient barren space retreat to the side and fall silent. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a butterfly that had broken through its cocoon and was reborn. However, Du Xiaofu himself was completely unaware of all this. He had no idea how great the benefits he had received were. The night sky was filled with stars. The mountain peaks were connected, and the aura was ancient and boundless. On the mountain peak, under the cover of the moonlight, a young girl around the age of 19 or 20 stood quietly. The young girl's 2 strands of black hair gently brushed against her face. Wrapped in a light green dress, her small waist outlined a graceful arc. She was an extremely beautiful young lady. This kind of beauty was not only in terms of appearance, but also in her temperament and bloodline. At this moment, if there were any other peerless beauty standing in front of him, they would immediately pale in comparison. The girl stood on the mountain peak. Even though she was standing there quietly, she looked like a real immortal that had descended to the mortal world. She was untainted by the mortal world. Her delicate red lips parted slightly as she murmured, 1 against 10. You're really impressive. However, I'm afraid that clan will find out about this. Who knows, it might bring about a lot of trouble. Chi Yeshi's eyebrows curved as she looked at the starry sky. Spiritual light swirled in her eyes. There was a hint of worry in her bright eyes. Elder Kong, help me pay attention to that clan. Suddenly, Chi Yeshi turned around and looked at the night sky behind her. Her bright eyes began to change color, revealing a kind of majesty. Young lady, we can't interfere with the matters of the outside world. Otherwise, the clan leader and elders will scold you again. An elder's voice sounded in the night sky behind her. Their clan can't interfere with the matters of the outside world either. Chi Yeshi's beautiful face darkened and became more and more majestic. Her eyes shone like the stars in the night sky. She said, however, I'm the one who saved that guy. If anyone dares to touch him, I won't agree. Deep in the night sky, after a moment of silence, the elder's voice sounded again, young lady, don't tell me you've fallen for that guy. Elder Kong, what are you talking about? Chi Yeshi's eyes widened and she stomped her feet. Under the moonlight, the crimson color of her cheeks was faintly discernible. Young lady, I'm just reminding you out of kindness. That guy is quite capable, but there's a world of difference between him and you, the elder continued. Elder Kong, do you think he's not talented enough? Chi Yeshi frowned. Young lady, I just think it will harm him. The clan won't agree. The elder sighed softly. Then he said softly, I think he's not bad. Even among his peers in the clan, he should be able to enter the top 80. Maybe even the top 60. Elder Kong, you're thinking too much. I won't fall for that guy. Under the night sky, the night wind blew. Chi Yeshi's long dress fluttered slightly. She stood under the moonlight like a fairy. Then she bit the corner of her lips and a strange look appeared in her bright eyes. She murmured softly, if I really like someone, no one can stop me, not even those old men. The continuous mountain range was lush and green. The night sky was enveloped by a bright moon. At the peak of the mountain, the atmosphere was ancient and boundless. A towering ancient tree covered the night sky like a giant umbrella. A woman in her 20s, dressed in a tight-fitting green outfit, stood under the tree and looked up at the starry sky. The woman's delicate face was like that of a fairy. Her eyebrows were like emerald feathers and her skin was as white as snow. Her hair was tied into a simple bun behind her head. Are you okay? The fairy woman murmured softly. Her tall and graceful figure leaned against the tree, outlining her graceful curves. If Du Xiaofu was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize that this was Dongli Qingqing, who often appeared in his mind. It was just that her figure had become more graceful over the years. Chi. The space fluctuated and an old woman in her 50s appeared behind Dongli Qingqing. The old woman's back was slightly hunched. Her long hair was tied up in a high bun with some white mottled hair. Her face looked a little old. Master. Dongli Qingqing turned around. Her whole body emitted a faint spiritual energy. Little girl, why are you in a daze? There's not much time left. You have to break through that level as soon as possible. The old woman looked at Dongli Qingqing and straightened her slightly hunched body. Suddenly, her eyes were stunned and revealed some joy. She said in surprise, "Little girl, you've broken through?" "Yes, I've broken through that level." Dongli Qingqing nodded. A slight smile appeared on her exquisite, fairy-like face. "Although you've broken through that level, it's still not enough. Many people in those clans have already broken through that level." The old woman looked at the night sky with clear eyes. Then, she looked at Dongli Qingqing and said softly, "Your talent is not below those of the top generation in those clans. It's just that your cultivation resources are not as good as theirs. I let you train in the outside world so that you can be stronger than them in terms of state of mind and will to make up for the difference in cultivation resources." "Thank you, Master, for your good intentions." Dongli Qingqing bowed. She knew that although her master was strict, she had always been considerate to her. She was the person who treated her the best in the world. She was even willing to give up her life for her. And that guy was also willing to give up his life for her. It's about time. You've already broken through that level. It's time for you to get what your clan left for you. The old woman said softly. There was a slight fluctuation in her seemingly strict eyes. How could she not feel pained in her heart? The blood feud of the clan fell on this slender body. All these years, she had been training non-stop and bearing this heavy burden. As her master, she felt pain in her heart when she saw this. In the eerily silent space, the purple gold lightning continued to fall according to a mysterious pattern. "I can't die. No one can let me die." When Du Xiaofu regained consciousness, he shouted loudly in the depths of his primordial spirit. Then, he woke up with a start. "Am I dead, or am I fine?" When he woke up, Du Xiaofu recalled his last memory. In the end, he was struck by the purple gold lightning. His body was torn apart, and blood rained down, releasing his primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu looked around. After a while, Du Xiaofu was completely shocked from the depths of his primordial spirit. He was not dead yet. His body had recovered completely. The purple gold heavenly palace, the cosmos bag, the great pink golden wings, and the ancient desolate space were scattered to the side. And his body, which should have been broken, seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Even the thunder martial vein in his body was getting stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu stood up and allowed the lightning to strike him. Sensing everything in this space, he muttered to himself, could it be that this is also a great opportunity? This is the true divine thunder body tempering. Opportunity, this is a great opportunity. Du Xiaofu murmured softly. Wasn't this the great fortuitous encounter that he had been searching for? Under the purplish gold lightning, his physical body was growing stronger and stronger. Even his soul was becoming more and more solid and powerful. Expert, I want to become an expert. In the depths of his heart, Du Xiaofu was filled with determination and determination. This wasn't a crisis, but a great opportunity. Perhaps it was because he challenged the sovereign mode that he was able to obtain the great opportunity in the divine thunder cauldron. At this moment, he had to grab hold of this great opportunity and increase his strength. This was the path he had always been on. He still had to meet his mother and find his younger sister, Xiao Jing. His alcoholic father's whereabouts were unknown, and Tianwu Academy had yet to be rebuilt. Only by becoming a true expert would he be able to complete all of this. I must become an expert. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself stubbornly. Even though he didn't know when the lightning would stop, he seemed to be able to absorb the lightning to become stronger. His bones, heart, blood vessels, tendons, muscles, and skin were all strengthened from the inside out. These changes were all due to the purple gold lightning. Absorb the divine thunder and continue to strengthen. Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the purple gold lightning to temper himself. At this moment, if the previous owner of the divine thunder cauldron was here, he would definitely go crazy. Back then, he had broken through the purple gold lightning and established the indestructible Xian body. It took him a total of 2 years. But now, Du Xiaofu had already broken through and established the indestructible Xian body in just a month. Chapter 953. Absorbing the power of lightning, forging his body, primordial spirit, tendons, bones, and muscles. No one knew what kind of forging Du Xiaofu was going through in this empty space. This kind of tempering and forging was unimaginable and horrifying. It was enough to make people gasp. The purple-gold lightning energy was too powerful. Although Du Xiaofu could absorb the purple-gold lightning energy for his own use, when the bolts of lightning struck and wreaked havoc on his body, Du Xiaofu could feel an intense pain that reached deep into his soul. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and resisted. He constantly absorbed the power of the purple-gold thunder, fusing it into his meridians, blood vessels, bones, and organs. Every bolt of lightning struck Du Xiaofu, causing him great pain. However, during this process, every cell in Du Xiaofu's body benefited. Mysterious runes spread all over his body, and rays of light shot up into the sky. His body also became more and more crystal clear, faintly glowing with a purple-gold color. All the invisible impurities in the cells that could not be seen by the naked eye were being purified by the purple-gold lightning. They were all being eliminated. Du Xiaofu's body, which was already extremely strong, was going through a qualitative transformation. It was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Du Xiaofu, who was immersed in this process, did not know that a month had passed outside. Under the divine lightning cauldron, the purple-gold lightning started to converge, and the huge lightning luring platform started to shrink. On the 9 lightning luring platforms, the purple-gold lightning started to dissipate. 9 auras started to awaken, and they shot up into the sky, causing the entire space to tremble. The 9 prodigies had awakened, and the auras on their bodies had increased by a lot. Most importantly, the invisible pressure from the martial veins and spiritual roots on the 9 of them was undoubtedly a world of difference compared to a month ago. We've gained great benefits. Below the lightning luring platform, many auras also awakened, and they looked at the 9 prodigies with envy. Rumble, the divine lightning cauldron shook, and then the space tore apart, revealing a bright void tunnel. Purple lightning flashed around it. The exit is open, we can go out now. Whoosh whoosh, instantly, there were figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sweeping past like a tornado, rushing towards the exit. It was as if countless bolts of lightning had exploded at the same time, drilling into the exit. Almost half a year had passed, and everyone was waiting to leave. As the auras of the figures in the crowd erupted, many young men and women who had yet to reveal their figures revealed puzzled expressions. This was especially true for the women. All of them had outstanding figures and were devastatingly beautiful. Swoosh! Sima Muhan landed and looked at the divine thunder cauldron in the sky. She said, "Why hasn't that bastard come out yet? Brother will be fine, right?" Du Xiaoqing's figure also landed, her ethereal eyes filled with worry. "He's fine. He must have been delayed by something else." Du Xiaoyao said with certainty. He could feel that Du Xiaofu was fine through the invisible connection in his meridian spirit. "We have to get out first, or we won't be able to," Shui Ruhan said to everyone. Once the exit was closed, it would take 30 years before it would open again. 30 years in here, who knew what would happen? Everyone, get out first. Xiaofu will be fine. He was fine back then, so he will be fine now. Du Xiaoman's long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, loosely tied up. She looked at the divine thunder cauldron in the sky with her beautiful eyes, gritting her teeth with uncertainty. However, she could not let everyone be trapped inside at this time. Yi Piaoling nodded and said with a sharp aura, "Everyone, wait outside first. The president may come out soon." Everyone nodded. Then, they could only reveal their figures and rush towards the exit of the sealed ancient land one by one. General, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Li Yuxiao, Wu Kei, and the others followed behind. In the divine light quartz formation, Qing Xingnan entered the exit. His misty eyes looked at the divine thunder cauldron in the sky with a complicated expression. Then, he followed the crowd of people into the exit. I'll wait for the young lord. Everyone, leave first. In the 7-star hall's formation, Dongli Diao said to Lin Weiqi, Stone, Wu Ma Sheng, and the others. We'll wait together. We came in with the young lord. Naturally, we'll go out together, Tao Yu said. He was unwilling to leave first. Let's wait for the young lord together. Lin Weiqi was also unwilling to leave. Alright, let's wait together. Dongli Jiao looked at everyone and could only nod in the end. Whoosh whoosh. In the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, the exit opened. In the depths of the vast space, numerous figures rushed out of the sealed ancient land. The experts from the various forces who had been waiting in the Divine Thunder Mountain Range for half a year were all excited. They were waiting for their disciples to return in triumph. The disciples who could come out were extraordinary, even if they did not obtain the final great opportunity. The emergence of the heavens' prides from the various forces made them even more excited. Some experts went up to welcome them personally. The people from the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court on the third peak were not very happy when they saw Dongli Qi Huang and Qing Xingnan come out. Especially the experts from the Great Luan sect, none of them looked happy. The old Taoist of Changdao looked even more embarrassed. Because of the previous bet, each mountain sect had to pay a compensation of a divine artifact. That was the wealth of the old Taoist of Changdao. Facing the various mountain sects, he could not deny it at all. The most important thing was that from now on, he had to call Gu Qingyang grandpa. Although the old Taoist of Changdao had not really called him that, it was impossible for him to call him that. But these days, Gu Qingyang had been yelling about it several times a day. It made him feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. He hated it, but there was nothing he could do. Little Muhan, what about your youngest uncle? Did he come out? On the 6th peak, seeing Sima Muhan and Shui Ruhan return, Elder Gu Qingyang immediately went up to them and asked happily. That guy went straight into the Divine Thunder Cauldron and hasn't come out yet. Sima Muhan shook her head and turned to look at the exit. She was also serious. That kid is too good at tormenting. He's going to make me, an old man, worried to death. Elder Gu Qingyang raised his clear eyes and said, when this brat comes out, I'll definitely have a good talk with him. Are you willing to say it? Elder Hu Sankuan rolled his eyes at Elder Gu Qingyang and whispered to him. His eyes were filled with jealousy. Why haven't the young master and Lin Weiqi come out yet? On the 10th peak, Elder Yao Xing, Elder Cloud Leopard, and the others began to worry when they saw that there were not many people coming out of the exit. Let's go to the Ancient Heaven sect and ask. Elder Yun Ziqin decided to go to the Ancient Heaven sect and ask. Then, everyone simply went up to the 6th peak. Because of Du Xiaofu, they were warmly treated by the Ancient Heaven sect. However, they also learned that Du Xiaofu had not come out of the Divine Thunder Cauldron yet. Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, and the others should still be waiting for news. Boom, the seal of the exit began to close and purple lightning flashed. At the last second, Du Xiaofu and the people from the 7-star hall did not come out. What should we do now? We're in big trouble. Elder Cloud Leopard, Elder Yao Xing, and Elder Gu Qingyang immediately became serious. At this moment, among the people from Tianwu Academy on the 6th peak, an extraordinary young man with an aura that seemed to dominate the sky and suppress the mountains and rivers said with a grave expression, "This is bad. Could there be an accident?" It seems that Du Xiaofu hasn't come out yet. Among the crowd, someone noticed that Du Xiaofu had not come out even at the very last moment. Could it be that it wasn't a fortuitous encounter but a dangerous situation? Did Du Xiaofu really die in there? Dongli Qi Huang changed into a clean scarlet robe and looked at the closed exit with a cold glint in his eyes. In the void of lightning, bolts of purple gold lightning continued to descend, causing Du Xiaofu's body to be covered in lightning. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was clean and sparkling. The mysterious runes on his body flickered with a faint purple gold color. Du Xiaofu could feel that the cells in his body were continuously devouring the purple gold lightning. His martial veins were also devouring the purple gold lightning. As his meridians, blood, bones, and muscles were devouring the purple gold lightning, a strange purple glow gradually appeared. The purple gold lightning was nourishing Du Xiaofu's body, nourishing it. At the same time, it continued to grow stronger. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. The countless forces in the divine lightning mountain range had already left. On the 7th day, the disciples of the ancient heaven sect also began to leave. Only Elder Gu Qingyang, Sima Muhan, Ouyang Shuang, and a few others remained. Du Yunlong, Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, and the silver-winged demonic condor had already left the divine lightning mountain range. After learning about the changes in the stone city from Gu Qingyang and the others, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Yi Piaoling, and Du Shaoqing were furious. After weighing the pros and cons, they immediately rushed back to the stone city. Elder Cloud Leopard and the others of the 7-star hall were still in the divine lightning mountain range, hoping to wait for the disciples of the 7-star hall to come out. However, everyone knew in their hearts that the sealed ancient land that only opened once every 30 years wouldn't open so casually. They were still here because they couldn't let go and hoped for a miracle. However, the probability of such a miracle happening was simply too small. At night, the moonlight shone in the sky. Stars dotted the sky and purple lightning occasionally shuttled back and forth in the mountain range. On the mountain peak, a graceful and alluring woman with a peerless appearance gazed ahead. She had a temperament that made people's hearts beat faster, but they didn't dare to approach her casually. At this moment, the woman was looking up at the starry sky, but her big beautiful eyes were dim. Clank, 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 the crisp sound of jewelry clanking could be heard. Sima Muhan appeared behind Ouyang Shuang. Her charming face was dignified and haggard. She asked softly, "Are you close with that guy? His parents are friends with mine. In fact, he's my younger brother. We can be considered childhood sweethearts." Ouyang Shuang turned around and looked at Sima Muhan with a strange expression. She opened her red lips slightly and said, "I heard he's your junior uncle." Hearing that, Sima Muhan's faint purple eyes were stunned. She looked at Sima Muhan and pouted slightly. She said, "That's my grandmaster and father's seniority. I've never admitted it. He's not much older than me." "Then he's still your junior uncle," Ouyang Shuang said softly. She raised her slender eyebrows. "Then you're still his sister." Sima Muhan secretly gritted her teeth. Then, she smiled. Her smile was devastatingly beautiful. A few days later, in the space of blood and lightning, Du Xiaofu's body was struck by bolts of purple gold profound lightning. They didn't cause any damage to his body. Instead, there were sounds of metal clashing, sparks flying, and purple lightning flowing. If anyone were to see this scene, they would be dumbfounded. The terrifying bolts of purple gold profound lightning were enough to blast a beginner martial honor into pieces. However, when they landed on Du Xiaofu's body, they didn't affect him at all. At the same time, a strong aura was spreading out from within Du Xiaofu's body. The aura had unknowingly reached the peak of the martial royal realm. At the same time, it continued to climb. However, this climb was faintly hindered by a bottleneck. If the aura grew stronger, it would cause his body to explode. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was immersed in a strange state. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt like he was a real golden-winged rock soaring in the 9 heavens and devouring the divine lightning to make himself stronger. When Du Xiaofu's body was forged by the bolts of purple gold profound lightning, a purple gold light seeped out from within. His eyelashes began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Boom boom. The purple gold light shot out. Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled with the sea of lightning. 2 bolts of purple gold profound lightning pierced out and shot into the depths of the void, causing the void to tremble. Chapter 954. Boom! At the same time, the largest purple-gold thunderbolt in the sky, which had a diameter of more than 10 feet, struck Du Xiaofu's body with a loud bang, enveloping his entire body. Within the purple-gold lightning, a dazzling light also entered Du Xiaofu's eyes, causing Du Xiaofu to close his eyes again. Within the Naiwan Palace in Du Xiaofu's mind, a dazzling light spread out. Within the light, a tall and straight figure appeared. The figure wore a long green robe and there was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. He looked like he was in his 30s but also looked like he was in his 40s. His changes were unpredictable but he looked extremely young. Although it was just an illusory figure, it was emitting a supreme aura. His eyes were like the sun, looking down on the world as if he could see through everything in this world and see through the reincarnation of all living things. This is the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron. Although it is only one of the 9 cauldrons, it should be considered a divine weapon in your world. The most important condition for the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron to recognize its owner is to have a strong physical body. Only a supreme physical body can have the opportunity to completely recognize the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron as its owner. The green-robed figure looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Among the 9 cauldrons, you are the first to obtain one and recognize the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron as its owner. This is both a blessing and a curse. The demons in this chaotic world are about to be released. You need to quickly merge with the other 8 cauldrons and gather the 9 cauldrons to command the 9 families. Only then will you have the opportunity to eliminate the demons in this chaotic world. If the other Purple Thunder Profound Cauldrons are controlled by the demons, this world will be plunged into a demon's domain. Remember, remember." As his voice fell, the green-robed figure started to dissipate. "Senior, who are you?" Du Xiaofu was shocked as he looked at the disappearing green-robed figure and asked loudly. "I am the master of the 3,000 boundless worlds. The universe is so vast and there are so many races. The path of the strong is endless. Kid, if you can gather the 9 cauldrons, we might have a chance to fight side by side." The voice reverberated in Du Xiaofu's mind and then disappeared completely. Walala, after that, a stream of information flowed into Du Xiaofu's mind. It was all information regarding the Purple Lightning Profound Cauldron. It was poured into Du Xiaofu's mind. Chi. After a while, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes again. There was some confusion in the depths of his eyes. He muttered softly, "Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron, Purple Gold Profound Lightning. So the Divine Thunder Cauldron is the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron. It's just that people keep calling it the Divine Thunder Cauldron." From the information that poured into his mind, Du Xiaofu learned that the essence blood and primordial spirit energy that he had used to activate the supreme mode was only to recognize the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron as its master. All of this was arranged by the master of the 3,000 sectors. The reason why no external force could be used in the sealed ancient land was because the master of the 3,000 great worlds needed to choose a person with a strong physical body to be the master of the Purple Lightning Profound Cauldron. In the end, he managed to withstand the Purple Lightning body forging by coincidence and completely recognized the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron as its master. Du Xiaofu used his mind to probe and the power of his primordial spirit spread out. He realized that the entire space within the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron was under the prying of his mind and soul power. The space inside was so big that Du Xiaofu was surprised when he saw it. The Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron not only contained the Purple Gold Profound Lightning but also many other magical uses. Then, Du Xiaofu discovered that Little Star was in another space. Its huge dragon body was being refined by the Purple Gold Profound Lightning. However, Little Star's huge dragon back was covered with an ink-black back armor. Mysterious runes flickered and emitted a terrifying aura. At a closer look, the ink-black back armor looked like a tortoise shell. Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron, one of the 9 cauldrons. It is a divine weapon. It gathers the 9 cauldrons and commands the 9 families. Du Xiaofu collected his mind and muttered to himself. This purple thunder profound cauldron was only one of the 9 cauldrons. The whereabouts of the other 8 cauldrons were still unknown. However, the purple thunder profound cauldron was already a sacred weapon. It was definitely a treasure among treasures. Du Xiaofu also did not understand the meaning of gathering the 9 cauldrons and commanding the 9 clans. He could only think of asking around after he got out. As for the chaotic world demon that the sovereign figure mentioned, Du Xiaofu was even more clueless. He had never heard of it before. Peak of martial monarch perfection. Then, he probed everything in his body. Du Xiaofu, who had always been strict with himself, could not help but reveal a surprised expression. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's cultivation had already reached the peak of martial monarch perfection. He felt that he was only one step away from martial monarch perfection. However, he seemed to have met with some invisible bottleneck and was unable to break through. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through. However, if his body continued to absorb the power of the purple thunder, it would be enough to cause his body to explode. However, at his current cultivation level and with the purple thunder profound cauldron as its master, Du Xiaofu felt that it was not realistic for him to absorb the power of the purple thunder profound cauldron to break through in the future. The vast celestial qi in his body started to ripple with a purple-gold color. It seemed to contain a kind of lightning pressure. Compared to before, the celestial qi was much more vigorous. The celestial qi was also much bigger and more domineering. His physical body had once again transformed to a new level. It was so strong that even Du Xiaofu was surprised. The power of his primordial spirit was more condensed and strengthened. He was not far from the 7 stars nirvana realm. The golden-winged rock bone in his chest had completely turned into powder and merged with the bones in his body, allowing all the bones in his body to merge with the golden-winged rock bone. The domineering golden blood essence flowed in all the bones in his body, making Du Xiaofu feel as if he was a real golden-winged rock. He wanted to soar and spread his wings to the 9 heavens. The thunder martial vein in his body seemed to have become more powerful, surpassing the level of a human sovereign. However, Du Xiaofu did not know the exact level of his martial vein. All the strengthening and transformation made Du Xiaofu's blood boil. He felt indescribably carefree and could not help but want to roar a few times. I wonder what will happen if I face a martial monarch now. He clenched his fist slightly in front of him. The space in front of his fist was distorted and there were faint purple electric arcs. With this punch, Du Xiaofu felt that an ordinary martial royal realm expert at the peak of the perfection martial royal realm would be smashed into pieces. There is no end to the path of an expert, Du Xiaofu murmured softly. The last message of the martial monarch seemed to be that there was a vaster level in this world. The path of an expert was endless. After tidying up the surroundings, Du Xiaofu took out a purple robe from his Qianquan bag and changed into it. Du Xiaofu was surprised to find that the ancient desolate space, the purple gold heavenly palace, the rock golden wings, and the tyrant shadow were all unharmed. It seemed that the purple gold profound bomb did not target them. Then, Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared in the void. When he reappeared, he was already in another void. Rumble, in this void, the purple gold lightning arc gathered and thunder fell. Purple thunderclouds covered the sky. Little Star's huge dragon body covered the sky with a black turtle shell on its back. The starlight lingered, the scarlet flames fluctuated, the purple flames jumped, and the golden light shone. Its entire body was absorbing the power of thunder and lightning. Roar, when Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in this void, a soul-shaking dragon roar came from Little Star's body. Soon after, the dazzling light gathered around Little Xingxing's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ink-black talisman runes soared into the sky. Finally, they turned into a colorful light that wrapped around his huge body like a light cocoon. A mighty pressure spread out from the light cocoon. Du Xiaofu felt that there was a dragon's roar, a phoenix's cry, and a turtle's cry. It made his soul tremble. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, amidst the terrifying aura, the surrounding purple-gold profound bombs actually stopped attacking the little star light cocoon without Du Xiaofu's control. The talisman runes in the light cocoon flickered and released a terrifying energy. After a long time, the light cocoon trembled and started to burst out with bright runes. Is little star breaking through? Looking at the change in front of him, Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then, he was surprised. From the aura, Du Xiaofu could feel that if little star was breaking through, it would definitely break through to a terrifying level. Chapter 955. The bright runes became brighter and brighter. The mysterious runes on the talisman flickered and exploded with a strong light. Finally, a small crack appeared on the light cocoon. Walala, the cracks on the light cocoon emitted a blazing aura. Golden light flickered and the starlight fluctuated, filling the entire void. It shot up into the sky like a sun. A petite figure vaguely appeared in the light cocoon. The light filled the void and lasted for a long time. When the light that shot up into the void finally dissipated, a petite figure appeared in Du Xiaofu's line of sight. A terrifying pressure descended, causing Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble in the face of it. This was the aura of a beast sovereign. A powerful aura rippled out from the petite figure. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly revealed a horrified expression. He couldn't help but cry out, "Sovereign beast." The petite figure was wearing a red dress. Countless starry runes surrounded her. She looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. Her blue-black hair was tied in a ponytail behind her head. Her eyes were slightly closed on her chubby face. Her body was enveloped in colorful runes. The little girl was like an emperor in this space, exuding a sense of nobility. When the surrounding runes slowly dissipated, the eyes on her chubby face opened. There was a faint golden light in the depths of her eyes. There was a vertical rune mark between her eyebrows, adding a hint of evilness to her nobility. Father. When the petite figure saw Du Xiaofu, her eyes revealed a look of surprise. Then, she rushed down and landed beside Du Xiaofu. The little girl's big watery eyes blinked mischievously and cutely. She happily stared at Du Xiaofu. Above her watery eyes, 2 curved eyebrows were like small crescent moons. Her neatly arranged thick and long eyelashes outlined a crescent moon. She said to Du Xiaofu, "I saw my father. This divine thunder cauldron is the purple lightning profound cauldron. It was left behind by my uncle. Your little Xingxing." Du Xiaofu was still in a daze. Looking at the cute little girl in front of him, he couldn't help but want to hug her. She was actually the ingrate little Xingxing. However, it seemed like she was that ingrate. The aura and expression in her eyes couldn't be wrong. "You can't recognize me? How can you be my father?" Little Xingxing was a little mad. She glared at Du Xiaofu. "You sovereign beast." Du Xiaofu secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked superfluously. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked. "What's so strange?" Little Xingxing glanced at Du Xiaofu with some disdain. He said with some pride, "I have the body of a true dragon, a descendant of a true dragon. I was born as a beast emperor." He was born a beast emperor. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu could only suck in a breath of cold air, dumbfounded. Then, he secretly wondered if the baby of a divine bird like the golden-winged great peng would also be a beast emperor when it was born. That would be too much of a blow to him. "Father, did you get the purple thunder profound cauldron?" Little Xingxing blinked his big eyes and asked. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, he asked little Xingxing seriously, "You just said that you saw your biological father and that the purple gold mystic bomb was also left behind by your uncle?" "Yes, my father said that this purple lightning profound cauldron was left behind by my uncle. However, what I saw was only a remnant soul left behind by my father." Little Xingxing lowered his head in disappointment. Then, he raised his head and said, but my father said that he will definitely come and pick me up. Only a remnant soul. It seems that little Xingxing's father must have a deep relationship with the Lord of the 3,000 sectors. Could it be that the Lord of the 3,000 sectors also has a true dragon body? Du Xiaofu pondered in his heart. It seemed that there were many secrets in this sealed ancient land. Unfortunately, he did not know them yet. Perhaps only when he reached a certain level of strength could he know the secrets hidden in this world. Du Xiaofu murmured in his heart. In the ancient heaven sect, in front of the majestic hall, Sima Taxing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His glazed eyes narrowed slightly as he said softly, "It has been a month. Is there still no news? Could it be that the boy is really plagued with misfortune?" "Sect Master, the news from the Divine Thunder Mountain is still the same. There is no movement in the seal." "I'm afraid," Protector Hao wanted to say something, but he did not continue. Everyone knew that once the sealed ancient land was closed, it would only open again after 30 years. It had not changed for countless years. It was basically impossible for a miracle to happen. Alas, Sima Taxing sighed slightly, then turned to Protector Hao and said, "How are the desolate country and the Stone Dragon Empire now?" The news just came. After Du Xiaoqing, Du Yunlong, Little Tiger, and Yi Piaoling returned, it is said that they were all furious. They did not directly attack Dragon City. They seemed to be deliberately waiting for Du Xiaofu. However, they all went to the battlefield and defeated the people of the Stone Dragon Empire and the Great Will sect. Cheng Shengnan could not resist that group of terrifying people. Protector Hao looked at Sima Taxing and continued, "I was just about to ask the sect master. I heard that the Great Will sect has sent out many young people from the sealed ancient lands to help. Should our ancient heaven sect do something?" "Young people," Sima Taxing raised his head slightly. His robe shook and a chill appeared in his glass-like eyes. He said, "Based on my understanding of Dongli Changu, the Great Will sect did not send out the young people to help the Stone Dragon Empire. I'm afraid that the inheritance from Yi Piaoling and Silver Fox is also in his calculations." Sect Master means that the Great Will sect is still thinking about the inheritance that Yi Piaoling and Silver Fox obtained in the sealed ancient land? Protector Hao's eyes moved. The more he thought about it, the more solemn his expression became. Sima Taxing Star pondered for a moment before nodding. In the end, he said to Protector Hao, "Let Shui Ruhan, Spirit Descent, and Yin Machin go train as well. Secretly pay attention to Qin Yan, Yi Piaoling, and Silver Fox. Don't let the Great Will sect succeed. Also, inform Martial Uncle Qingyang and Muhan to go to the desolate country to help. Otherwise, they probably won't leave the Divine Thunder Mountain range, yes." Hearing this, Enforcer Hao immediately left. "We are waiting for that kid to come out. The Great Will sect has been acting strangely. They seem to be waiting for something as well. Could it be my misconception?" Sima Taxing looked at the sky and murmured after a while, "Kid, you didn't die even after that. This time, you will be fine as well. Others are destined for good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Why are you so plagued with misfortune?" In the giant city, a murderous aura filled the sky. The desolate country's blood debt must be repaid with blood. This is the rule. The Qing family must pay the price. In the main hall, the core members of the Du family, World Society, and Celestial Beast Hall were all present. Medicine King Yi Wuming's grey robe fluttered. His eyes were cold. Old Yi is right. The Qing family must pay the price. We must avenge the stone castle. Du Yunlong rose to his feet, his robe fluttering in the wind. Lightning flickered in his eyes as he said, "Pass down the order. From today onwards, the desolate country's army will no longer show mercy to the Stone Dragon Empire. Anyone who stands in their way will be killed." "Kill." Yi Piaoling spat out a simple word. However, everyone could feel the murderous aura around him. "Leave Qing Shengnan to me. Du Xiaoqing's ethereal eyes were burning with coldness. The desolate country's current strength is enough to sweep the Stone Dragon Empire. However, we need to be careful of the Divine Light Court and Great Will sect behind Qingxingnan, Murong Yuru said. Murong Yurua said. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes glowed with spiritual light. Her temperament was like a gentle breeze, with an ancient aura. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Over the years, everyone in the world society knew that this woman was like a flower. However, she was definitely not a vase. She was the brains of the world society. She didn't have any position in the world society, but all the world society disciples were in awe of her. Not only because she was personally invited by the president, but also because she had shown all the core members of the world society how terrifying she was. If the president was here, we would have the full support of the ancient Heaven sect and Seven-Star Hall. It's a pity that the president hasn't returned yet. Li Shui's beautiful eyes flickered with a profound light. After all these years of controlling the world society in Moon Shadow Hall, her temperament was no longer the same as when she had just walked out of Tianwu Academy. At this moment, there was an invisible aura around her that made people not dare to underestimate her. Amidst her charm and allure, she gave off a feeling of absolute danger. She was unfathomable. Don't worry. Brother will be fine. In the end, we can leave the Qing family to brother to deal with. As for the rest, let's deal with them first. The Divine Light Court and Great Will sect are nothing. Du Xiaoqing's cold aura was unstoppable. In the vast plaza of the ancient sealed grounds, hundreds of figures sat cross-legged. Some were cultivating, while others were comprehending. At the forefront were several extraordinary young men and women, their gazes grave. They were Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Stone, Tao Yu, Wu Ma Sheng, and the other disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. Lord Jiangchen, it's been so long. Will the young hall master be all right? Lin Weiqi mustered her courage and stepped forward to ask Jiangchen. After so long, the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall were growing more and more worried. I don't know either. Jiangchen's voice was flat. He didn't know what was going on inside. When she heard this, Lin Weiqi's expression grew even more grave. She turned to Dong Lijiao, Stone, and the others, who were watching from a distance, and shook their heads. Walala, suddenly, at this moment, the divine thunder cauldron that had always been entrenched above suddenly emitted a special fluctuation. Chapter 956. Beneath the divine lightning cauldron, the space beneath the cauldron rippled, and dazzling purple arcs of electricity spread out. Sizzle. Under everyone's astonished gazes, two figures, one large and one small, descended from the cauldron's cauldron. One of them was a young man in purple robes. He looked to be in his 20s, and his eyes were clear and bright. He carried a long sword wrapped in purple cloth on his back. Beside him was a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. Her blue-black ponytail was tied behind her head, and she had a chubby face. Deep within her large eyes, there was a hint of gold. The little girl's robes fluttered like starlight. Her every movement was adorable and noble. When they saw the purple-robed young man, Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, and the others were stunned. They immediately cried out in surprise, "Young Hall Master!" The two people descending from the divine lightning cauldron were naturally Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing, father and daughter. Third young master, you finally came out. I knew you were fine. Stone was stunned for a moment, then immediately rushed over. He looked at little Xingxing, his eyes filled with confusion. Where had this little girl come from? What? Don't you recognize me? Little Xingxing turned white, blinking her eyes. She was extremely adorable. You're little Xingxing. Stone was stunned. Then, his expression changed. He finally recognized little Xingxing, who was now in human form. He was shocked. The young hall master has come out. Many of the 7-star hall's disciples stood up, overjoyed. They immediately crowded around him. As long as you're fine, that's good. You seem to have obtained quite a bit of opportunity. Jiang Chen arrived beside Du Xiaofu. His chiseled, cold, handsome face stared at Du Xiaofu with deep, dark eyes. He seemed to sense something. Many thanks. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. This time, it was all thanks to Jiang Chen's warning that he'd been able to obtain such a great opportunity. However, it seems we can't leave, said Jiang Chen. The exit to this sealed ancient land has already closed. It'll open again in 30 years. If they missed the exit, they'd have to wait another 30 years. He knew this better than anyone else. They'd be trapped here for 30 years. We'll be able to leave in 30 years. Dong Lijiao, Wu Ma Sheng, and Yu Mingyuan looked at each other. Although they did not regret accompanying everyone here to wait for the young hall master, they were still a little surprised to hear that they would have to wait for 30 years before they could leave. That's not necessarily true. It won't be too difficult to get out. Du Xiaofu smiled. Now that the purple lightning profound cauldron had already recognized him as its master, it was naturally not difficult for him to leave this sealed ancient land. Boom, as Du Xiaofu's voice rang out, a certain space in front of him suddenly shook violently. A tremendous aura soared into the sky, and a baleful aura vaguely filled the air. This is the third time, right? There were 2 noises a few days ago. It was the same. What happened? Many of the 7 Stars Palace's disciples were astonished when they heard the commotion. Just a few days ago, there had been 2 explosions that were similar to this one. When the baleful aura filled the air, Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Stone, and the others felt their hearts tremble. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the noise and frowned slightly, as if he discovered something. This is the third one. It seems they really did succeed, but it seems there was an error in timing. They were a little late. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance, his thick eyebrows rising rebelliously as he frowned. Do you know what's going on? Du Xiaofu turned to look at the purple-robed Jiang Chen. From his expression, it was clear he'd heard the noise just now. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly and looked at Du Xiaofu, his purple robes fluttering elegantly. It should be Shou Sha, Hun Xie, and Phantom. They've been preparing for so long, and have finally broken through to the origin realm. They're the experts here. Du Xiaofu recalled the 3 names Jiang Chen had shouted when they'd passed through the army of evil spirits. They were the 3 people Jiang Chen had just mentioned. They're the strongest existences here, even stronger than the Bloodvine Bane. They've always wanted to leave this ancient sealed land, but due to restrictions, they've been unable to do so. However, I don't know where they got this information from, but they say that as long as they can break through to the origin realm, they'll have a chance. Once the seal opens, they'll be able to escape. Jiang Chen pursed his lips, then continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. The 3 of them have already broken through to the origin realm. They'll be even more difficult to deal with. Of the 3, Hun Xie was condensed from the remnant souls of humans here. Over the years, he's become different from the rest. Shou Sha was condensed from the remnant souls of demonic beasts. As for Phantom, she's even more terrifying. What's even stranger is that the true form of the demon spirit here is a red spider lily. It's extremely terrifying and difficult to provoke. 3 origin realms. That's terrifying indeed. Du Xiaofu raised his brows. 2 origin realm evil spirits and 1 origin realm demon spirit. It would be strange if such a lineup wasn't terrifying. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. He looked ahead and said softly, they seem to be heading this way. With the divine lightning cauldron suppressing this place, they shouldn't dare get too close. However, they've all broken through. As Jiang Chen spoke, he seemed to recall that Shou Sha and the others had just broken through. His expression instantly changed. Outside the square, purple arcs of lightning should have been enough to deter evil spirits from approaching. But now, as the space rippled, 3 figures quietly appeared. As soon as they appeared, a baleful aura emanated from the divine lightning cauldron. Then, 3 absolutely terrifying auras swept out, causing the disciples of the 7-star hall to tremble. The 3 figures hovered in the air, causing the space around them to freeze. Around the 3 of them, strange black fog gathered from the empty space. Finally, it condensed into a layer of black clouds in the empty space. Even the surrounding gazes were unable to penetrate the clouds. In an instant, the entire square darkened. Baleful auras filled the air, and faint ghostly wails could be heard, affecting souls and origin spirits. What a terrifying aura! As soon as the 3 figures appeared, many of the disciples of the 7-star hall turned pale with fright. This baleful aura was simply too terrifying. The 3 figures hovered in the air. 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a thin, black-robed middle-aged man wearing a black hood. Only his blood-red eyes were visible. He glanced at Jiang Chen, then at Du Xiaofu, Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, and the others. His blood-red eyes rippled, and his voice was sharp and cold. Since we missed the opportunity, we'll have to wait until next time. So many years have passed. 30 years isn't a long time. Destroying your origin spirits and devouring your origin spirits isn't an unexpected gain. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly. His hair was tied high on his head, and his long, flowing hair flowed down his back like flowing water. When he looked up, his handsome profile was flawless. He coldly shouted at the mysterious figure, "Hun Xie, don't you dare!" Ha ha ha. When he heard this, Hun Xie laughed heartily. Jiang Chen said, "Jiang Chen, if you were at your peak, we'd be somewhat afraid of you. But now that you've surrendered to the humans, it seems your cultivation has regressed quite a bit. You can't even protect yourself right now. How could you possibly be a match for us? You'll know once you try." Jiang Chen didn't back down. His deep, black eyes were suffused with a fierce aura. It was difficult to detect his aura, and even Hun Xie couldn't tell what was going on. Ha! Clear, melodious laughter rang out. The woman descended a bit, her scarlet silk dress trailing behind her as she floated in the air, outlining her beautiful figure. Her beautiful black hair was tied up with a few scarlet ribbons. She said softly to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, you're so arrogant. Could it be that you've really been subdued by these puny humans who can't even withstand a single blow? Phantom, if you want to make a move, you'll know the result after you try." Jiang Chen said in a low, indifferent voice. It was impossible to discern anything from his deep, dark eyes. When they saw Jiang Chen's expression, the woman and Hun Xie grew suspicious. They couldn't tell whether or not Jiang Chen had any more trump cards up his sleeve. They both knew that Jiang Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Humph, I don't believe it. Let's see what the result is. These humans are mine." As soon as the last man spoke, his figure flickered in and out of existence. His short, crimson hair suddenly glowed with a brilliant light. His eyes glowed crimson, and he looked like a savage beast. He pounced on Du Xiaofu, Jiang Chen, and the others. Roar! The large man's roar was just like a lion's roar. His body appeared and his fist moved. The surging black fog of evil aura around his body also moved. His large fist seemed to cause the entire space to tremble. It contained an incomparably terrifying evil aura that caused one's soul to tremble as it violently smashed towards everyone below. Boom! Du Xiaofu also made his move. He stomped his foot on the ground of the plaza. Instead of retreating, he advanced and punched out. Purple arcs of lightning rippled out in all directions, filling the air with muffled, thunderous booms. Bang bang! Muffled explosions rang out. Some of the 7-star hall disciples hadn't even recovered from their shock before the murderous aura and lightning dissipated into the air. Many people watched as Du Xiaofu's illusory figure was blasted to smithereens with a single punch. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Chapter 957. When the black-clothed man's body was destroyed, the woman's and Hun Xie's expressions immediately changed. Walala, a monstrous evil aura fluctuated. The black-clothed man's body, which had been destroyed by Du Xiaofu's punch, strangely recovered. However, deep within his ferocious beast-like blood-red eyes, there was a hint of shock. He is Shou Sha, formed by the soul of a beast. Every 30 years, most of the people who come in have become the nourishment for the three of them to break through. In order to prevent the strong practitioners outside from noticing and being on guard against them, they have been hiding all these years in order to find an opportunity to break through and escape from the seal. Otherwise, not many of the people who come in have been able to truly leave. Jiangchen looked at Shou Sha, who had been formed once again. After pausing for a moment, his deep black eyes rippled with some calm fluctuations. He said to Du Xiaofu, "If you want to truly deal with the three of them, you need to use the most powerful yang technique." Du Xiaofu's gaze was locked onto the three of them. Based on the strength of the three evil spirits, if they used their full strength against the younger generation of the Central Plains who entered the sealed ancient land, not many people would be able to escape. He did not expect that there would be such strong practitioners here. Roar! Shou Sha roared loudly. His blood-red eyes flashed fiercely. He was enraged after suffering a setback and attacked again. As he roared, Shou Sha's body suddenly expanded. His evil aura filled the sky. In an instant, he turned into a ferocious and huge demonic beast in midair. This huge demonic beast's body was like a lion, a tiger, wolf, and a leopard. Its bloody mouth was ferocious and its fangs were sharp. It pounced towards Du Xiaofu with a terrifying evil aura. The huge ferocious beast's body pounced down from the sky. It was as if it was formed by countless ferocious beasts. Its evil aura enveloped the entire plaza. It was extremely terrifying. The huge beast's body was like a living creature at this moment. It cut through the air and pounced down. It was unimaginable what kind of power this was. This was the power of an honorable martial artist. Compared to the newly ascended honorable martial artists outside, it was not inferior at all. Especially that terrifying murderous aura, it was enough to greatly affect the soul of a newly ascended martial honor. However, Du Xiaofu's soul, after being forged by the purple gold profound bomb, seemed to be unaffected by the monstrous baleful aura. He stepped into the air, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Du Xiaofu's long black hair draped over his shoulders. His body was as vigorous as a divine bird soaring through the sky. Every inch of his skin was covered with purplish gold lightning symbols that were incomparably blazing. It was as if he was standing in the sky. Then, under the gazes of the crowd, he swept his hand towards Shou Sha. With a sweep of his hand, the purple gold talisman runes flickered and finally turned into a phantom of the rock's golden wings. This was Du Xiaofu's Fuyao sky-shaking wings. However, at this moment, the Fuyao heaven-shaking wings were no longer just golden. Instead, they carried purple gold electric arcs, making them look like a purple gold rock. Rumble! With a sweep of his wings, he slammed into the ferocious beast. The void and earth in this area exploded, and purple lightning flashed everywhere in midair. Walala, monstrous baleful aura swept across, causing one's soul to tremble. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Lightning flashed across the sky, spreading far into the distance. Sizzle, Shou Sha's huge beast form was directly pushed back, and his blood-red eyes were filled with shock. Looking at the tiny human youth, regardless of whether it was the overbearing aura or the lightning aura in his body, Shou Sha felt a deep fear in his soul. He was being suppressed. Roar! Shou Sha roared. Baleful aura surged within his huge body, and blood-black runes soared into the sky. In the end, they turned into countless demonic beast phantoms. These demonic beast phantoms were dozens of feet tall, and they carried a terrifying baleful aura. Their blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent, and they swept towards Du Xiaofu like a tide of beasts. What a terrifying technique! Dong Li Jiao trembled. Under such a terrifying aura, it was impossible for him to participate. That was the battlefield of honorable realm experts. The souls of all the 7-star Hall's disciples were trembling. Du Xiaofu stepped into the void, and purple gold lightning arcs wrapped around his body. He stood valiantly within the purple gold lightning. Forming a hand seal, a pair of golden wings spread out from Du Xiaofu's back. The golden light was boundless, and it was covered with purple gold lightning arcs. Walala, as the wings spread out, a peerlessly overbearing aura swept across the sky from Du Xiaofu's body. Lightning arcs spread out to the depths of heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu soared through the sky. Everywhere he passed, the beast tide was destroyed and crushed. Roar! Shou Sha's huge beast body pounced forward, and a ferocious claw stretched out from the rolling dark clouds. It wanted to destroy everything, and it ruthlessly tore towards Du Xiaofu. Remnant soul beast, don't be so arrogant. Du Xiaofu shouted. He waved his right arm, and his 5 fingers curled slightly. A claw was stretched out, and a visible golden light burst out. Dazzling talisman runes wreaked havoc within the claw like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. Under such a claw, the densely packed beast-tide phantoms all felt their meridians and souls trembling. It was as if they were facing a supreme being, and they all exploded. Shou Sha's expression changed, and his blood-red eyes faintly flashed with fear. Countless golden lightning snakes swept out from the claw, and in an overbearing manner, it ruthlessly landed on Shou Sha's lion, tiger, and wolf phantom's claw. The golden light burst out, and after suppressing Shou Sha's claw, it easily destroyed it. The rolling dark clouds in the sky were torn apart. Bang! Shou Sha's huge body smashed into the ground, and his huge claw was destroyed. It took a long time for him to recover, and his eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaofu's attack was the power of the purest yang. The fusion of the golden-winged rock and the power of lightning could definitely be considered the purest and purest yang energy. It made it difficult for Shou Sha to recover from his injuries. What a powerful human! It seems that he has obtained a great opportunity in the divine lightning cauldron. Otherwise, he would not be so powerful. While Hun Xie's eyes were filled with shock, there was a burning look in them. His blood-red eyes locked onto Du Xiaofu, and he said to the woman beside him, "If we can devour his primordial spirit, we will definitely gain great benefits. We cannot miss this opportunity." The woman smiled, and she was as elegant as a budding lotus flower. However, there was a hidden charm in her eyes, and she quietly withdrew the shock in her eyes. She said to Hun Xie, whose face was covered by a black robe, "I am afraid that we will have to join forces. This human is not ordinary. Then let's join forces." Hun Xie's eyes were filled with blood-red light. As his voice fell, a murderous aura pierced through the sky like lightning. The murderous aura was like a vast ocean, and its momentum was shocking. In the next instant, Hun Xie's foot stomped on the air, and the entire sky trembled. A murderous aura enveloped his fist, and it directly blasted towards Du Xiaofu. The terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. Du Xiaofu raised his head. This was the first battle after his transformation. This was the first time he had faced a supremacy head-on. Although the 3 of them were evil spirits, their strength was not inferior to ordinary supremacies who had just become supremacies. "Come on." Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed with a purplish gold color. Golden runes spread out from his body, and purple lightning burned like flames. The lightning dashed against the void and shook as he directly punched out. The domineering aura wanted to suppress everything. Rumble, in such a collision, the terrifying void was directly torn apart. The murderous aura and lightning wreaked havoc everywhere, causing Lin Weiqi, Shi Tu, Wu Ma Sheng, and the others below to tremble in fear. They could not join in, and they did not dare to be affected at all. Puny human, die. Hun Xia shouted in a gloomy voice after his punch was repelled. His body instantly turned into a huge giant, and his murderous aura rolled like a tornado. His huge body took a step forward, and Hun Xia looked down at Du Xiaofu from above. He was like a demon overlooking the heavens and earth. His murderous aura soared, and strange black and red runes condensed to form a terrifying palm print, which suddenly smashed down. Under the palm print, the murderous aura swept out, and the void was boundless. It made people's souls tremble. Du Xiaofu's hands formed a seal with lightning speed, and afterimages flew out. The vigorous Xian Qi in his body was like a torrential flood, and it flowed along the seal in front of him. In the end, it condensed into a golden palm print, which caused the void to tremble violently. The golden palm print floated above Du Xiaofu's palm, and a powerful energy spread out from it, causing the void to tremble violently. Xiaoyang seal. Du Xiaofu's palm print met it. His every move had a majestic aura, and it was as if he was the only supreme being. The golden palm print shone brightly, and in a flash, it violently collided with Hun Xia's huge palm. Chapter 958. Rumble. A terrifying power exploded, destroying the void. The overbearing energy and murderous aura caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Qi La, Hun Xia's palm print was smashed into smithereens. His body was blasted back and shattered into pieces. The young Hall Master is so strong. At this moment, Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Shi Tu, and Tao Yu were all shocked. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. He was brave and invincible. His body was covered with purple lightning. Qi La La. The void fluctuated. Phantom's seductive figure appeared behind Du Xiaofu. Her bright red silk dress fluttered. Her beautiful black hair suddenly broke free from her bright red hair band and danced. A suction force seemed to form around her body. It was like a whirlpool. Then, a bright red light pillar swept out like a bright lightning and instantly appeared behind Du Xiaofu. "How dare you sneak attack my father?" A tender and clear voice was emitted. At this moment, little Xingxing's petite body appeared behind Du Xiaofu in a ghost-like fashion. Little Xingxing's chubby and cute little face had an unconcerned expression. Little Xingxing's pinkish little mouth opened and sucked, swallowing the blood-like pillar that could penetrate through space. Little Xingxing's face showed that he had not had enough. "Your strength is only a so-so." As his clear voice sounded, little Xingxing's body crossed the void. His body was covered by a blazing golden flame. That golden flame burned fiercely and was extremely bright. Little Xingxing's body was sparkling and bright. His little hand was as white as jade. Divine light burst out and he directly slapped towards Phantom. At this moment, Phantom's expression changed drastically. It was as if she had met the most terrifying thing. Mei Ling's lithe and graceful figure was extremely moving. Her bright red dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her pure white arms and slender legs. Even in this moment of panic, she was still extremely beautiful, moving one's heart. Her red hand and palm collided. Boom! Such a collision caused talisman runes to explode. The terrifying power shook the void. Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, and the others below could only be stunned. Dang dang, under the collision of power, little Xingxing's small body only shook slightly, but the Phantom was blasted back dozens of feet. The blood and fiendish aura on its body was chaotic, and its aura was weak. Little Star is actually so strong. Goo goo. Dong Lijiao, Rockhead, Tao Yu, Lin Weiqi and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They were even more shocked than when they saw Du Xiaofu's current strength. The Phantom looked at Little Star in shock. Compared to Hun Xia and Shou Sha, she was a real demon spirit with a physical body. She had the body of a red spider lily, so she was a bit stronger. Even if it was the martial venerable Xuanmiao of the human race, she was confident that she could face him head-on. However, at that moment, she was being ruthlessly suppressed by the little girl. She could sense an extremely dangerous existence from the little girl. As expected, Jiangchen is up to something. "Let's go!" cried the phantom. She had a bad feeling. The little girl and the young man were already impossible to deal with, let alone Jiangchen. She couldn't help but worry. Chi, Hun Xia and Shou Sha recovered, and their human forms shot into the air. Following the phantom, the three of them instantly pierced through space, their bodies transforming into streaks of light as they attempted to leave. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, the violet light in his eyes unrestrained. Seeing the three of them about to leave, he said calmly, "You want to leave now? It's a bit too late." As soon as he spoke, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and released his consciousness. Boom! In that instant, the air trembled. The enormous divine lightning cauldron began to tremble, and from the depths of the void, violet lightning clouds suddenly surged forth, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Walala! Arcs of violet lightning shot out, sealing off the vast space around them. A domineering aura of destruction descended, solidifying the surrounding space. What's going on? That human can activate the divine lightning cauldron? Not good. The phantom, Hun Xia, and Shou Sha were just about to flee when they sensed something. Their expressions changed drastically. However, before Mei Ling and the other two could come back to their senses, the purple gold lightning in the purple thundercloud above them gathered into dense thunderbolts that fell on the three of them. The divine lightning cauldron is moving. At the same time, Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Wu Ma Sheng, and the others were all shocked. Jiangchen raised his head, his jet-black eyes rippling violently. Rumble, 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 bolts of purple gold lightning continued to descend. That terrifying destructive power descended. It was the bane of evil spirits to begin with. Roar! Roar! An ear-piercing roar reverberated through the air. Evil spirits roiled around Hun Xia, and Shou Sha howled. Bolts of violet lightning fell, easily destroying their monstrous baleful aura. The strange, blood-black runes shattered. They couldn't resist at all. Phantom's lithe body emitted blood-red runes that filled the sky, forming a river of blood in the air. Within the river of blood, a huge scarlet spider lily bloomed. It was like fresh blood dripping down, carrying with it the aura of reincarnation. But at this moment, the river of blood around the flower couldn't resist the violet lightning that covered the sky. Rumble, rumble, the thunderclouds that occupied the sky shrouded the sky. A monstrous pressure emanated from them, rippling through the air, causing the entire space to tremble. Terrifying energy ripples spread out from the purple gold lightning, and the surrounding space started to crack inch by inch along with the sizzling sound of electric sparks spreading out. Why is the purple lightning cauldron moving? Stone, Dong Lijiao, and the others felt a chill spread from the bottom of their hearts as the terrifying lightning descended. In the face of such shocking destructive power, even their souls trembled. Dazzling purplish gold and silver light poured down as countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, densely enveloping the surrounding space. Phantom, Shou Sha, and Hun Xia couldn't escape at all. The violet lightning wreaked havoc. Phantom, Hun Xia, and Shou Sha's aura became weaker and weaker. The surrounding space was completely frozen, making it impossible for them to escape. If this continued, they would be completely annihilated. Human, let us go. We will mind our own business. Phantom shouted as the river of blood churned. They didn't expect the human to be able to activate the divine lightning cauldron. You are all evil spirits. If I let you out, you will definitely cause great suffering. I can't let you live. Du Xiaofu shouted as he stepped into the void. Purple gold lightning rippled around him, making him look like a god of thunder. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he looked at Mei Ling and the others who could only defend against the purple gold Xian lightning with all their might. He said, considering that it is the will of the heavens for you to gain sentience and cultivation is not easy, I will spare your lives if you submit to me and follow me. Otherwise, I can't let you live, lest you go out and bring disaster to the world. We will never submit to a human. Shou Sha shouted. He wasn't willing to submit. He was formed from the soul of an ancient beast. Deep in his soul, he wasn't willing to submit to a human. Then I will destroy your divine souls. Du Xiaofu didn't mind. He activated the divine lightning cauldron. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to deal with the three evil spirits that were afraid of the divine lightning cauldron. Rumble. The dense purple-gold thunderbolts continued to descend with terrifying power. The void churned and the space rippled. Shou Sha, Hun Xie, and Phantom's aura became weaker and weaker. Their runes were shattered and they couldn't hold on for much longer. Human, we are willing to follow you for 100 years. How about it? After 100 years, you will let us go. If you don't allow it, we will not follow you even if you turn us into ashes. Phantom's voice resounded from the river of blood. As a demon spirit, one of the top existences in the world, Phantom had the pride of a demon spirit. That pride was deep in her soul and was sometimes more important than her life. Chi la la, as Mei Ling's voice fell, the terrifying and dense purple-gold lightning in the void suddenly retracted. The destructive aura slowly dissipated along with the deafening roar of thunder. Du Xiaofu looked at the red spider lily in the river of blood. It was tender and beautiful. It was as red as blood and covered in blood-red runes. Its terrifying aura wasn't any weaker than the undying grass or the dark penetrating grass. Du Xiaofu could understand the pride that came from the depths of a demon spirit's soul. It was just like some extraordinary humans. Sometimes, they would rather fight to the death than be humiliated. Hun Xie, Shou Sha, what about the two of you? Du Xiaofu looked at Shou Sha and Hun Xie, who were tightly wrapped by the ominous runes. Lightning flickered in the depths of his eyes. As the ominous aura spread out, the weakened Shou Sha and Hun Xie appeared in the void. Their blood-red eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. Their aura was weak and they were filled with fear. After exchanging a glance, Shou Sha and Hun Xie nodded at Du Xiaofu and said in unison, "We are willing to follow you for 100 years. But after 100 years, you will let us leave." "All right." Du Xiaofu nodded. The lightning in his eyes dimmed, and a trace of a smile flashed across his face. Then, he turned serious and his voice was filled with a kind of majesty as he said to Shou Sha, "I won't trust you for the time being. I will place a soul imprint in your Yuan spirits. If you betray me, don't blame me for destroying your souls. After 100 years, I will return your freedom and protect your freedom. But if you dare to cause trouble in the world, don't blame me for being impolite." The blood river rippled, and the blood-red runes on the red spider lily were released. Phantom turned into an enchanting figure. Her bright red silk dress fell to the ground, outlining her curvaceous figure. But at this moment, there was a faint dimness in the depths of Phantom's eyes. A moment later, under the divine lightning cauldron, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal. Mysterious runes soared into the sky and he placed a soul imprint in Phantom, Shou Sha, and Hun Xie's minds. He wanted the three of them to follow him for 100 years. Chapter 959. Third Young Master. Phantom, Shou Sha, and Hun Xie bowed. From now on, they would follow him for 100 years. Three supremacy evil spirits. Dong Li Jiao, Tao Yu, and the others gasped. Those were three terrifying supremacy evil spirits. Boom! Under Jiangchen's shocked gaze, Du Xiaofu kept the purple lightning profound cauldron. The divine lightning cauldron that had been hovering in the air for countless years turned into a purple lightning bolt and disappeared into Du Xiaofu's dantian. Gugu, Lin Weiqi and the others gasped. That was the divine lightning cauldron in the sealed ancient lands. It had left behind countless legends in the Middle Continent. It was said that the divine lightning cauldron was left behind by a supremacy expert. Now, it was taken away by the young master. 30 years later, when the sealed ancient lands opens, will there still be people who can obtain the divine lightning body refinement? Tao Yu muttered weakly. His handsome face was filled with a dazed expression. The divine lightning cauldron was taken away. Who would be able to obtain the divine lightning body refinement the next time the sealed ancient lands opens? The divine lightning cauldron can actually recognize its master. Phantom, Shou Sha, and Hun Xie sighed. There's still a blood vine spirit inside, right? After keeping the purple gold profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Phantom, Shou Sha, and Hun Xie looked at each other. They seemed to have understood something and could only pray for the blood vine spirit. Swoosh swoosh, after a while, hundreds of figures flew into the sky and left. The divine lightning cauldron no longer occupied the square. Crack crack, just as Du Xiaofu and the others left, the square under the purple gold profound cauldron suddenly shook. The indestructible square started to crack. Like a chain reaction, spiderweb-like cracks immediately covered the square. Within the cracks, a blinding light spread out and mysterious runes flashed. It was a seal. At this moment it was cracking, as if something terrifying was awakening. In the vast mountain range, there was a murderous aura. But for some people, it was no longer dangerous. Rumble, a day later, in the depths of the dark forest, the purple gold profound cauldron, purple gold lightning fell. Purple gold lightning. A blood-black vine giant that was as large as a small town and towering like a mountain peak was charred black by the purple gold lightning. It was a horrible sight to behold. I admit defeat. I don't want the Yin spirit crystals, and I'm willing to follow you for another 100 years. The vine giant's hair was filled with strange blood-black vines that were twisting and undulating like blood-black pythons. Its eyes were blood-red and its entire body was filled with a murderous aura. However, at this moment, it was wailing miserably under the purple gold lightning. Its voice was sharp and cold as it resounded through the void. You. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal, and the purple gold thundercloud above him disappeared. A smile appeared on his face. God Kai, Shou Sha, Hun Xie, and Mei Ling glanced at the blood vine demon. Their eyes were filled with schadenfreude and sympathy. In the divine Thunder Mountain range, in front of the 10 peaks, the vast plain was empty. A month ago, this place was crowded with people. Sizzle, but now, the mountain was empty. Only 1 or 2 purple gold lightning arcs remained in this mountain range. At this moment, there was only one beautiful figure left on the 6th summit. Her hair was tied up in a bun and the long, thin hair at her temples served as a foil to her peerless face. Under her green, tight-fitting clothes, her slender figure was curvaceous and alluring. Are you really that troubled? As long as you come out, I won't find you. Even if you still want to find that Qingxing Nan, I won't find you. The woman looked forward. Her thin eyebrows, which were supposed to be gentle, were tightly knitted. Her peerless face was haggard and her big eyes were solemn. Swoosh, the quiet mountain range suddenly fluctuated. Dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These dozen or so people appeared without a sound. They were all dressed in similar black clothes, like ghosts. Only their eyes were exposed outside the black hood of their robes, flickering with a fierce light. A yellow-robed figure stood quietly at the front. His head was covered by a hood, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. Faintly, there seemed to be some lightning flickering within them. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would be able to recognize that this yellow-robed figure was the mysterious person who pretended to be Ji Mo's minister in Alioth Hall. In the end, that person was frightened by Fairy Yu, Crazy Honored, and the other experts and fled. Who would have thought that he would appear in the divine Thunder Mountain range? Swoosh, a mysterious jade scroll appeared in the yellow-robed figure's hand. Strange runes were flowing on it. He looked at the mountain range in front of him. His eyes were flickering with lightning as he said with a slightly aged voice, "The legend is true. Lord Devil God is still alive in this world. He is awakening. Lord, there is someone below." Behind the yellow-robed figure, a black-robed man said respectfully. The yellow-robed figure turned around and looked at the sixth peak below. A fierce aura fluctuated as he said, "Seal this place and kill him." "Yes, Lord." The black-robed man nodded. He then flew out and landed on the sixth peak. "Who is it?" On the sixth summit, Ouyang Shuang's large and beautiful eyes abruptly looked up and saw a black-robed figure pouncing down. The sharp aura he exuded indicated that he did not come with good intentions. With a wave of his hand, runes erupted from the long sword in his hand, and he shot through the air like a rainbow. Although she was not as strong as Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, Yi Piaoling, and the others, Ouyang Shuang had obtained many opportunities in the sealed ancient land. Her cultivation had already stepped into the martial king realm. Her strength was not bad. Swoosh! The strange black-robed man flew down and ignored Ouyang Shuang's sword. Suddenly, a large amount of lightning surged out of his hand and condensed into a claw in his palm. He directly grabbed Ouyang Shuang's sword and shattered it. Then, the terrifying claw grabbed at Ouyang Shuang. The terrifying aura distorted the space and the murderous intent was fierce. Martial Royal Realm. Ouyang Shuang was shocked. The terrifying aura was already at the martial Royal Realm. She, who was only at the martial King Realm, could not fight against it. She did not even have the strength to dodge. "Am I going to die? It's a pity that I didn't wait for you to come out. I didn't get to see you again." The terrifying aura spread and collapsed. Ouyang Shuang closed her eyes slightly and a hint of regret appeared on her beautiful face. "You are only at the Nirvana realm of the martial Royal Realm. You are courting death." A fierce voice resounded in the void. When the voice was heard, a purple-robed figure mysteriously appeared in front of Ouyang Shuang. A domineering and sharp aura erupted from his body like a volcano. He punched out, and there was a flash of golden light. It was brilliant and dazzling, and it was also surrounded by lightning. Then, it landed directly on the claw of the former black-clothed man. At this moment, when that familiar voice sounded in her ears, Ouyang Shuang's eyelashes trembled, and her large and beautiful eyes suddenly opened. What entered her sight was that extremely familiar back view. Rumble. A dull sound exploded on the mountain peak. The black-robed man did not even have time to react. His eyes were filled with fear as his body was directly shattered into a bloody mist by the punch. Swoosh swoosh, at the same time, a spatial crack appeared in the space in front of them. Hundreds of figures suddenly walked out in a strange manner and landed on the sixth peak. Whoosh, a terrifying aura fluctuation swept across the mountain peak. The purple-robed youth waved his sleeve and scattered the terrifying energy. Then, Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the graceful woman behind him. He asked in a rather fierce and worried voice, "What are you doing here alone?" When that determined and resolute face appeared in front of her, Ouyang Shuang blinked her large and beautiful eyes. Soon after, that exceptional face of hers became furious. Her fist landed on that firm chest as she cried out in a loud and lovely voice, "I am only waiting for you to come out. What else can I do here? You, on top of causing others to worry, you even dare to be fierce to me." Du Xiaofu was caught off guard by Ouyang Shuang's sudden change in attitude. Moreover, he had always been wary of this tomboy. He was stunned on the spot. "Father, that guy up there should be very strong, right?" Little Xingxing landed beside Du Xiaofu. On his chubby little face, his pale golden eyes were fixed on the yellow-robed figure in the void above him. "You have a daughter?" When she saw little Xingxing, the furious Ouyang Shuang was stunned. She stared at Du Xiaofu in astonishment. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Du Xiaofu gestured for Yangshuang to step back. He felt the terrifying aura above and raised his head slightly. When he saw the yellow-robed figure, golden light suddenly gushed out from his clear eyes. It's an expert. Jiangchen, Phantom, Shou Sha, Evil Soul, Bloodvine and the others landed. They all felt the terror of the yellow-robed figure in the sky. It's him. Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Wuma Sheng and the others naturally recognized the yellow-robed figure. When they saw the yellow-robed figure, their expressions changed. So it's you, kid. It's so easy to get you. Stepping into the sky, his yellow robe fluttered slightly. Lightning flashed in his eyes as an old voice rang out. The yellow-robed figure sneered. It's so easy to get you. The yellow-robed figure was aware of the heavenly pride battle in the spacetime symbol array. It wasn't difficult for him to recognize Du Xiaofu. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he looked at the purple cloth wrapped around the purple-gold heavenly tower behind Du Xiaofu. He said coldly, Xiahou Fenglei's Yuan spirit should be in there. Hand over Xiahou Fenglei's Yuan spirit and I'll consider sparing your life. Chapter 960. Du Xiaofu's strength had increased greatly in the sealed ancient land and he had the purple lightning profound cauldron. However, he did not dare to be careless in front of the yellow-robed man. This person was on the same level as First Martial Uncle Quang Zun and Second Martial Uncle Fairy Yu. His strength was definitely not ordinary. If you want to take my life, I'm afraid you're not strong enough. Du Xiaofu spoke. His tone was as domineering as ever. Although his opponent was strong, Du Xiaofu was not the same as before. He had the Phantom and the other two behind him. They were all supremes and the blood vine was not ordinary. Now that he had the purple lightning profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu had something to rely on. Moreover, Du Xiaofu did not plan to let the yellow-robed man go. This person had pretended to be his martial uncle GMO and attacked his master. Once he had the chance, he would make him pay the price. You seem to have improved a lot. You have some people to rely on. The yellow-robed man looked at Du Xiaofu. His gaze swept past the Phantom, Beast Killer, Soul Evil, Blood Vine, and Jiang Chen behind Du Xiaofu. In the end, his gaze stopped on little Xing Xing for a while. Then, the yellow-robed man's gaze did not seem to care. He continued to look at Du Xiaofu and said in a slightly old voice, however, it seems that you guys are not enough. No one can save you today. Be careful later. Leave if you see that the situation is not good. Du Xiaofu whispered to Yangshuang, Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, and the others. Leave that brat to me. You guys deal with the others. End it quickly. Don't attract the attention of the people far away. The yellow-robed old man also waved his hand slightly at this moment. Fierce lightning flashed in his eyes, and there was a trace of killing intent. Yes, my lord. The 10-odd black-robed men nodded. As soon as they finished speaking, a powerful aura spread out. The wind blew and clouds surged. Lightning flashed faintly. More than 10 auras made the divine Thunder Mountain range freeze. Surprisingly, there were 3 Zun-level auras. They weren't weaker than Phantom, Shou Sha and Hun Xie. There were also a few auras that were extremely close to the Venerable Realm, and some had even reached the half-step Venerable Realm. The rest were all experts in the Martial Emperor Realm. Who are these people? How can they be so strong? Hurry up and notify the experts in the palace. At the same time, Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Wuma Sheng, Tao Yu, Sun Wu, and the others took out jade slips and crushed them in their hands. Those were the jade slips for emergency news from the various palaces, in case they were needed in times of crisis. After all, this time, the people who were gathered together were the pinnacle of the younger generation from the various palaces, and there must not be any accidents. Lightning Aura. Are these people related to the power of lightning? Du Xiaofu lifted his head. There seemed to be a lightning energy aura around these mysterious people. However, he was certain that these people only had some understanding of the lightning profound. None of them had lightning martial veins. Kill. At the same time, the dozens of strange black-robed men above also rushed down and instantly launched a terrifying attack. Attack with all your might. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and Phantom, Beast Killer, Evil Soul, and Blood Vine Spirit took the lead in attacking. Let's attack together. Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Stone, Sun Wu, and a few other extraordinary ones also soared into the sky and used various skills and ultimacies to block the attacks. Kill. Du Xiaofu's face was covered with coldness. He soared into the sky and stretched out his arms. He was like a divine bird that flapped its wings and soared into the sky. He then threw out a punch and golden light burst out. A strange black-robed man at the half-step venerable realm burst out his aura and shook the void. He wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu. However, the final outcome was that the black-robed man was blasted apart by Du Xiaofu's punch amidst a rumbling sound. His body was directly transformed into a bloody mist of fragments, and he didn't even know how he died. He had killed a half-step venerable realm expert with a punch. The surrounding mysterious black-robed men revealed obvious fear in their eyes. He killed a half-step venerable realm expert with a punch. How powerful did he have to be to do that? You're really not weak. However, let's end this now. The yellow-robed old man's figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. As soon as he finished speaking, a vigorous dark qi energy surged out from the surface of his body along with runes. It surged in the void like a waterfall. The mysterious runes in the dark qi were entwined. In the end, it strangely enveloped Du Xiaofu and trapped Du Xiaofu within. Rock's chaos-shattering claw. Just as the strange energy spread over, Du Xiaofu appeared under the energy rune shield at lightning speed. Du Xiaofu swung out his claw in an extremely domineering manner. The golden claw print was swung out and landed heavily on the rune energy shield. Rip. The terrifying claw print tore the energy shield apart and Du Xiaofu's figure instantly retreated rapidly. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had left the rune energy shield, the yellow-robed old man's eyes were filled with shock. Bang bang. Almost at the same time, in the void not far away, little Xingxing swung his fists. His fists were wrapped in golden flames and a half-step venerable realm expert died tragically. You're really quite powerful. I can't let you live. As soon as the yellow-robed old man's voice sounded, he waved his hand and a dazzling light suddenly swept out from the void. A terrifying aura rippled in the surroundings and a bolt of lightning wreaked havoc. Suddenly, it charged towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He waved his hand and the mysterious runes flickered. They condensed into golden wings of the great rock and protected him under the mysterious runes. Golden Wings Protection. This was the technique of the great rock. Du Xiaofu had comprehended it from the great rock technique. It was the ultimate defensive technique of the great rock clan. Rumble. As the lightning struck, the terrifying lightning surged into Du Xiaofu's body and destroyed the mysterious runes in the shape of the golden wings. PFFF, Du Xiaofu's body was thrown back. Under the tremendous force, his blood was in turmoil and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of pale golden blood. The power of the lightning couldn't hurt Du Xiaofu. However, the terrifying power was far beyond that of a beginner venerable realm expert and Du Xiaofu couldn't withstand it. After being thrown back for more than 100 feet, Du Xiaofu barely managed to stabilize himself. I've said it. You're not strong enough. The yellow-robed old man's eyes were sharp and gloomy. Without any pause, he pounced forward again. A claw print attracted the lightning in the void. With the momentum of the lightning, it enveloped Du Xiaofu once again. Creak, the claw print was accompanied by lightning and the space along the way was torn apart. Wherever the claw print and lightning passed, 5 pitch-black space marks were revealed. This was the real tearing of space. Ka. Even the mountain peak below, under the sweeping force of this energy, cracked and exploded, revealing fissures on the ground, and huge rocks were blown to pieces. The yellow-robed old man's strength had reached an absolutely terrifying level. "Father, be careful." Little Xingxing cried out loudly. Her petite body arrived in front of Du Xiaofu in a ghostly manner. Her eyes were filled with golden light. Suddenly, ink-black talisman inscriptions shot out from her small, jade-white hands. A tortoise-shell-like armor blocked in front of her. The mysterious runes on the pitch-black tortoise-shell-like armor swept across the sky and directly collided with the yellow-robed old man's claw print. Boom! With such a collision, pitch-black space cracks spread out. In the surrounding mountains below, many of the mountain peaks cracked and exploded, revealing ravines after ravines. The pitch-black tortoise-shell-like armor shook but was undamaged. However, little Xingxing's body was thrown back dozens of steps along with the pitch-black tortoise-shell-like armor. He was thrown back to Du Xiaofu's side. Beast race, what a hard tortoise-shell-like armor. It's a treasure. Looking at the pitch-black tortoise-shell-like armor in little Xingxing's hand, the yellow-robed old man's eyes lit up. It was not difficult to know that it was definitely a precious treasure. The yellow-robed old man's eyes burned with passion. He rushed out again and attacked little Xingxing. As he formed a hand seal, he grabbed at little Xingxing's tortoise-shell-like armor as if he wanted to get rid of little Xingxing first. Roar! Little Xingxing suddenly let out a dragon's roar and transformed into a huge ferocious dragon. The black tortoise divine shell on his back that his father had left behind began to explode with pitch-black runes and blocked the yellow-robed old man's hand seal. Boom! However, little Xingxing's huge and ferocious dragon body fell from the impact and smashed into the mountain peak below. The surrounding ground cracked and exploded. It's the beast race. On the mountain peak, Ouyang Xuan's beautiful eyes trembled. She was shocked by little Xingxing. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's feet stepped on the void. His figure drifted like a deity and turned into an illusory figure. When his figure appeared again, Du Xiaofu was already behind the yellow-robed old man. His hand seal changed and finally, a brilliant light erupted in front of him. Bright and resplendent runes condensed into a palm seal. A resplendent golden palm seal immediately floated above his palm. Xiaoyang seal! Du Xiaofu shouted. The palm seal pierced through the sky and slammed towards the yellow-robed old man in a flash. You're overestimating yourself. You still have a long way to go. The yellow-robed old man turned around and shouted. He waved his hand and met with the palm seal. The palm seal condensed and covered the sky. It was crystal clear and emitted a dark light. The palm seal was like a meteorite that fell from the sky and covered the divine Thunder Mountain range. It caused the void to tremble and streaks of terrifying dark light fell. The two terrifying palm seals suddenly collided with each other under everyone's gaze. An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out in the sky. Rumble, the two earth-shattering collision caused terrifying rune energy ripples to sweep out like stormy waves. At the place where the two palm seals collided, the surrounding space seemed to have collapsed into a huge black hole. It swallowed the light of energy and made people's hearts turn cold. Chapter 961. Pft. Du Xiaofu's body was like a bird with broken wings. He fell from the sky and crashed into the mountain below, causing a small mountain to collapse. Golden blood spurted from his mouth. Pft. The yellow-robed elder wanted to end the battle quickly. He didn't even give Du Xiaofu time to catch his breath. As soon as Du Xiaofu crashed into the mountain, he pounced on Du Xiaofu again. The hand under the long sleeves of the yellow-robed old man transformed into a claw. Once again, the yellow-robed old man grabbed at Du Xiaofu. The claw was wrapped in lightning and a powerful force spread out, causing Du Xiaofu, who had just crawled out from the shattered rocks, to feel pain on his skin. A purple-gold color surged in Du Xiaofu's golden eyes. Arcs of lightning rippled in his eyes, and the purple lightning profound cauldron surged. Du Xiaofu knew that he couldn't reveal the fact that he had the purple lightning profound cauldron. Such a treasure was enough to make the 9 great powers of middle ground fight over it. Once it was revealed, it would undoubtedly do more harm than good. There would be endless trouble in the future. Du Xiaofu knew that possessing the purple lightning profound cauldron was enough to create countless great enemies for him, causing him to fall into a dangerous situation where he could not move an inch. But now that the yellow-robed elder was so powerful, Du Xiaofu knew that he had no choice but to use the purple lightning profound cauldron. At this moment, Little Star saw the situation, but his enormous body had just gotten up. He was too far away and was too slow. Phantom, Blood-Vine Fiend, Beast Killer, Hun Xie, and the others were all blocked by their opponents. They couldn't get away. Jiangqin's strength had been greatly reduced, but he was still fighting a mysterious black-robed man at the peak of the martial emperor realm. He wasn't at a disadvantage. But Jiangqin couldn't help Du Xiaofu. Even at his peak, he couldn't stop the yellow-robed elder. Whoosh! The terrifying claw tore through the air and headed straight for Du Xiaofu. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a ripple in the sky. A terrifying scorching aura appeared in the sky. At this moment, that blazing aura immediately attracted the attention of Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing at the same time. In the sky above the mountain range, just as the claw of the yellow-robed elder was about to land in front of Du Xiaofu, a purple streak of light shot down from the sky and violently collided with the claw of the yellow-robed elder. A terrifying blazing aura erupted, instantly incinerating the air in the air. The high temperature caused the surrounding stone mountains to immediately turn scarlet red. Just as the purple stripe appeared, the yellow-robed old man immediately became alert. He seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed quite a bit. Immediately, he pulled out his claw, but time seemed to have slowed down for an instant and the purple stripe had already landed in his palm. Humph! A frightening strength erupted. At this moment, the face of the powerful and frightening yellow-robed old man immediately paled. A low muffled groan was emitted from his throat. After which, his body staggered a couple of steps back before stabilizing. This sudden change attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. Even Phantom, Shou Sha, Hun Xie, Jiangqin, Dong Lidiao and the several strange black-robed men involuntarily stopped fighting. Their gazes were all stunned as they looked towards the sky. The yellow-robed elder was frighteningly powerful, but he had been forced back by an attack. This was enough to attract everyone's attention and shock. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The sky trembled as waves of terrifying purple light spread out. Within the light was a graceful figure. The graceful figure appeared. Her 10 slender fingers and her skin was as smooth as cream. There was a faint purple tinge within her snow-white skin. Purple arcs of light spread around the figure. In particular, her eyes were like purple suns that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Looking at the figure that had suddenly appeared, the depths of Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly trembled. The graceful figure had a slender waist and an otherworldly temperament like that of a fairy. Her purple robes were fluttering in the air, and there were faint shadows of purple flames on them, outlining her seductive figure. The woman's temperament was like that of an otherworldly fairy. She was the purple flame demonic phoenix that had appeared in the stone city. It seemed that she had been hiding in his body since then. At this moment, Phantom, Ouyang Shuang, Lin Weiqi, Shou Sha and the others couldn't help but hold their breaths as they looked at the woman. Her moving appearance, seductive figure, terrifying aura, noble temperament, and charming charm were enough to make any woman envious and all men absent-minded. When the woman appeared, her purple eyes looked down. Finally, after glancing at Du Xiaofu, she looked towards the yellow-robed elder. Her delicate voice was like the sound of nature and was as faint as a fairy's voice. She said, "He is mine. You can leave now." "Who are you?" The yellow-robed elder's heart sank when he heard this. His aura slowly spread out in all directions. The aura on the woman's body caused the yellow-robed elder to be wary. In the previous exchange, he already knew the strength of his opponent. "You don't need to know who I am. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave." The woman's ethereal voice suddenly became clear. It was a voice that could make a man's bones go numb and soft. Hearing it, even one's soul would tremble. As her voice fell, the woman's purple robes fluttered. Her figure was tall and slender, and her pair of slender legs swayed. In the next instant, her delicate hand formed a hand seal wrapped in purple flames and slapped towards the yellow-robed elder. On this purple flame handprint, blazing purple flames erupted like purple lava. It was incomparably hot. Monstrous purple flames soared into the sky, like a sea of fire falling down, distorting space. The yellow-robed elder's face turned grave. He hurriedly formed a lightning palm seal to defend himself. Boom! When the two collided, intense energy fluctuations, blazing aura, and broken runes spread out in a ring shape. It was as if a meteorite had exploded above. Such powerful strength. She is a true expert. Dong Li Diao, Lin Weiqi, Shi Tu, and the others could only look at each other and tremble. Dang dang, the yellow-robed elder's body staggered back in the energy storm. His face began to turn pale. When he stabilized his body, a trace of blood quietly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Mother, it's you." Little Xingxing withdrew her body. Her petite body swept across the sky and pounced towards the purple-robed woman. The purple-robed woman's purple eyes were cold. She originally wanted to continue attacking the yellow-robed elder. However, when she saw the chubby face in front of her, she was absolutely stunned. Her reaction was similar to Du Xiaofu's reaction back then. "Let's go." The yellow-robed elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and clenched his teeth. He looked at the purple-robed woman in the sky and immediately left. Swoosh swoosh. A few mysterious black-robed men followed the yellow-robed elder and disappeared from the Divine Thunder Mountain range in an instant. "So, you are that dragon seed. Coincidentally, you are somewhat related to me. However, I am not your mother." The woman did not have any intention of chasing after the yellow-robed elder. Her purple eyes looked at little Xingxing and the corner of her mouth lifted into a smile. The gaze in her eyes was ethereal and dazzling like fireworks. "I know that you are not my biological mother. However, you are my godmother." Little Xingxing had a childish face. Her voice was tender and her big eyes were blinking. She was extremely cute. Compared to the terrifying person from before, she was like a completely different person. No one would be able to imagine that this cute girl had any relationship with the ferocious huge dragon that could resist the yellow-robed elder. "Godmother," the purple-robed woman's eyes moved again. Her expression was a little dazed. It seemed that she did not know how to face such a situation. The girl in front of her was indeed quite related to her. Although they were not of the same bloodline and did not have the same bloodline, they seemed to be connected by the same bloodline. "Mother, do you not want me?" Little Xingxing blinked her big eyes and looked at the woman with a pitiful look. Her big eyes seemed to be able to melt a person. "Godmother it is then," the purple-robed woman helplessly nodded her head. Her delicate jade-like hand held little Xingxing's small hand. Her voice was once again heavenly and ethereal. She said, "Wait for me to retrieve some things. Why don't I bring you back?" The purple-robed woman's body rushed down after her voice sounded. She dragged a layer of afterimages in the empty space. In the next second, she appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. A woman with a moving appearance, a seductive appearance, a noble aura and a charming charm appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. This caused Du Xiaofu to secretly swallow his saliva. This kind of woman could only be described as a disaster. "Hand over the Deping's secret bone." The purple-robed woman looked at Du Xiaofu. Her tone was clear and her expression was indifferent. It was as though everything was natural. What secret bone? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and secretly prepared himself. The purple-robed woman in front of him had the body of a purple-flamed demonic phoenix. She was even more terrifying than the yellow-robed elder. Back then, I was the one who placed the secret bone of the Dapeng in your body. Now, it is time to return it, the purple-robed woman said. So, it was you who did it. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu finally understood. Back then, he had almost died because of the secret bone of the Dapeng. It turned out that it was this woman who had done it. If it was not for me, you would not be where you are today. Now, return the secret bone of the Dapeng. The purple-robed woman continued. She had come to retrieve the secret bone of the Dapeng. It was too important to her. Huff. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked at the purple-robed woman. His expression was a little more serious as he said, "You seem to have been hiding in my body all these years. Back then, you released the secret bone of the Dapeng without asking and I almost died. Now, you are here to retrieve it. Do you really treat me as if I don't exist? Don't you think that is a little too much?" Chapter 962. It's also because of this that you are able to reach such a level. The secret bone of the great rock is in your body. Even if I take it, I won't take your life. If you aren't willing to hand it over, I can only do it myself. The violet-robed woman stared at Du Xiaofu, her countenance indifferent. If you were a little earlier, you might have a chance. But now, I can't hand it over to you. Du Xiaofu inclined his head and stared at the purple-flame demonic phoenix. Every time he stared at it, he would feel stifled. The bones of the great rock have already been shattered and have completely fused into my body. You won't be able to take it away even if you want to. Hearing this, the purple-flame demonic phoenix's eyes flickered for the first time. The surrounding space fell into silence. It seems like there's a story between the young palace master and her. Dongli Diao and Sun Wu looked at the sky and mumbled. After a moment of silence, the purple-flame demonic phoenix broke the silence again. Her voice was much clearer as she stared at Du Xiaofu. "If that's the case, then I can only take all your bones and find the bones of the great rock." As the purple-flame demonic phoenix's voice sounded out, it caused everyone's hearts to shiver. It seemed that this peerless beauty was definitely a cold and ruthless person. "I don't plan to give my life to anyone." Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. His eyes were overflowing with golden light. "Mother, you're not going to attack father, are you?" Little Xingxing raised his head and looked at the purple-flame demonic phoenix with his pale golden eyes. He pouted and said, "Mother, I don't want to attack you. But you can't attack father either. They're really like a family." Tao Yu, Dongli Diao and the others looked at the three people in the sky. They looked at each other and trembled. "This has nothing to do with you. Go back first. After I take the things, I'll bring you back. The human world is not suitable for you." The purple-flame demonic phoenix said to Little Xingxing. Little Xingxing shook his head and looked at the purple-flame demonic phoenix. He said, "Mother, you can't attack father. Otherwise, I can only help father. Girl, you shouldn't be with humans." The purple-flame demonic phoenix said to Little Xingxing. Purple light spread from its body and the purple flames around it fluctuated instantly. The entire void was suddenly filled with rolling purple flames. It was like a huge purple flame cocoon that enveloped the void. At the same time, the graceful figure of the purple flame demonic phoenix disappeared along with the appearance of the frightening purple flames, leaving Little Xingxing behind. "Father, run! Mother is stronger than you!" Little Xingxing shouted, but he was surrounded by the surging purple flames. The surrounding space had already been completely enveloped, and he was unable to break free. Du Xiaofu's golden eyes trembled when he heard that. Little Xingxing's words sounded rather strange no matter how he listened to them. Chi. In the next moment, the purple flame demonic phoenix had already appeared before Du Xiaofu. A faint, scorching aura radiated from the surroundings with a faint fragrance. Du Xiaofu looked at the purple-dressed lady before him. He did not run away, but his throat moved slightly. This femme fatale was comparable to Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yi Shi, Ouyang Shuang, Sima Muhan and Murong Yoruo. That noble aura was definitely above that of Dongli Qingqing and Qi Yeshi. However, the purple flame demonic phoenix before him had a complex temperament that could make any man's heart beat faster. It was not that Du Xiaofu had never seen a beautiful lady before, but at this moment, he could not help but gasp in admiration in front of the purple-dressed lady. The purple-dressed woman stared at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were like purple suns, otherworldly and otherworldly. Her head of purple hair cascaded down her shoulders, all the way to her perky buttocks. Her long and slender legs outlined a graceful and mature arc. However, at this moment, the purple flame demonic phoenix did not speak again. Her purple eyes suddenly became demonic. Qi La. Purple flame spread out from her slender, jade-like fingertips. A claw mark condensed, and the purple-dressed woman attacked Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had a bad feeling. He could feel that the purple flame demonic phoenix was much more terrifying than the yellow-robed elder. The purple thunder profound cauldron was activated in the divine watchtower. He was about to use the purple thunder profound cauldron. We meet again. However, you can't take his life. Qi La. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to activate the purple thunder profound cauldron, a voice suddenly sounded and resounded in the sky above the divine thunder mountain range. At the same time, just as the voice sounded, a terrifying aura spread out from the sky. This aura made everyone's soul tremble. The surrounding space suddenly froze and the world trembled invisibly. A figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu strangely. A palm print was shot out and bright runes were released to resist the purple flame demonic phoenix. Qi La, the space rippled and a dazzling light bloomed. As the space trembled, the purple-dressed lady's expression changed slightly. Her alluring body took a step back and her attack dissipated. The Phantom, Shou Sha, Hun Xie and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. Their expressions changed drastically and they immediately raised their heads to look at the figure that had suddenly appeared. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were trembling with shock. That voice was too familiar. Although the tone of the voice had changed slightly, Du Xiaofu definitely recognized that familiar voice. Are you alright? You're finally willing to come out. The newcomer turned his head. His figure did not move at all. He was a burly man in his 50s but he looked extremely young. No matter how one looked at him, his face seemed a little wretched. However, there was a charm that seemed impossible to appear on it. Du Xiaofu looked at the burly man in front of him. On his wretched face, his eyes were like the sea. The aura that spread out from his body made one's soul tremble. It was as if one was facing a majestic mountain that was difficult to climb. Brother Qing Chun, you've recovered. Du Xiaofu was shocked, but his heart was filled with excitement. The burly man in front of him looked a little wretched but had a charm. If he was not Qing Chun, who else could he be? I've recovered and even made a breakthrough. The middle-aged burly man was Qing Chun, the sacred array prodigy who had recovered. Back then, he had attacked in the Stone City. After the news spread, everyone in the Central Plains knew that he, the terrifying master, was still alive and in the Stone City. Because of this, no one dared to come to the Stone City. Even the Great Will sect did not appear in the Stone City. That's great. Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. He could feel that Qingchuan's aura was extraordinary. It was definitely not inferior to the purple flame demonic phoenix. More importantly, he was happy that Qingchun had recovered. It's good that you've come out. We'll talk about the details later. Zhen Qingchen nodded at Du Xiaofu and then looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix. His expression was a little serious. I've seen you before. Back then, you were just a wisp of primordial spirit. I didn't expect you to have recovered. The purple flame demonic phoenix looked at Zhen Qingchen and its purple eyes rippled. It said softly, I want this human. If you've passed the nirvana stage, I might have to go through a lot of trouble to stop you. But now, you're only one step away from the nirvana stage. Do you think you can take him away in front of me? Zhen Qingchen stared at the purple flame demonic phoenix. His wretched-looking face turned a little fierce. He stretched and said, if you want to make a big fuss, I'll keep you company. It's been a long time since I've stretched my muscles and bones. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. In the sky, the terrifying purple flame dome suddenly shattered and a huge dragon soared into the sky. The huge dragon coiled up ferociously. Its body was covered in golden flames and starlight. Then, it turned into a small body and landed beside Du Xiaofu. It asked worriedly, Father, are you okay? I'm fine. Du Xiaofu patted little Xingxing's head and smiled bitterly. This ingrate didn't look down on him. At the crucial moment, he still helped him. Looking at little Xingxing, Zhen Qingchen was stunned. He looked at little Xingxing in confusion. Mother, don't do anything. You can just find a way to ask father to return you a piece of the secret bone. Little Xingxing rushed to the purple flame demonic phoenix's side and shook its arm. He raised his head slightly. His eyelashes were curved and his golden eyes looked pitiful. She wants the Depeng secret bone on you. When Zhen Qingchen heard this, she looked at Du Xiaofu and asked Du Xiaofu through telepathy. The Depeng secret bone has already shattered in my body and has completely merged with me, Du Xiaofu replied to Zhen Qingchen through telepathy. I understand. She is still one step away from nirvana. The Depeng secret bone is very important to her. I'm afraid she will find a way to get it. Although I can suppress her now, I can't do anything to her. Zhen Qingchen frowned slightly, and his expression turned serious. Mother, just ask father to give you a piece of the Depeng secret bone in the future. Don't do anything, okay? Little Xingxing looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix pitifully. The expression on his chubby face could melt anyone's heart. The purple flame demonic phoenix looked at little Xingxing and her purple eyes changed. She glanced at Zhen Qingchen and looked at Du Xiaofu in the end. She opened her mouth and said, I'll give you 3 years. Within 3 years, give me a piece of the Depeng secret bone. 3 years, when Du Xiaofu heard this, he looked embarrassed. Where was he going to find the Depeng secret bone in 3 years? Moreover, did he really owe the Depeng secret bone? Chapter 963. Moreover, it was not hard for Du Xiaofu to know that if the rock's bone was so easy to find, the purple flame demonic phoenix would not have pestered him. In the golden-winged great rock race, any golden-winged great rock was a terrifying existence. Although Du Xiaofu did not know how strong the golden-winged great rock race was, he knew that if he touched the golden-winged great rock race, the consequences would be dire. Also, in these 3 years, the little girl needs to stay by my side. After 3 years, give me the rock's bone in exchange. Before Du Xiaofu could say anything, the lady in the purple dress spoke again. She was noble and elegant and did not allow anyone to reject her. It was as if everything was natural. No. Du Xiaofu shook his head without hesitation. Little Xingxing could not be a hostage. No matter what, he could not let the purple flame demonic phoenix take little Xingxing away. If something happened, it would be too late for regrets. Father, I'm willing to go with mother. She won't do anything to me. Anyway, I want to understand mother's profound meaning. Little Xingxing spoke. He kept blinking at Du Xiaofu as if he was trying to tell him something. Then it settled. After 3 years, prepare the rock's bone. After the lady in the purple dress finished speaking, the purple flames on her body fluctuated. She did not pay too much attention to Du Xiaofu. Holding little Xingxing's hand, her beautiful figure instantly flew into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Little Xingxing. Du Xiaofu shouted softly. He wanted to chase after her but was stopped by Zhen Qingchun who was beside him. He said, "Don't chase. She shouldn't have any bad intentions towards the little girl. Moreover, with your strength, it's useless to chase after her. I can't do anything to her either. If we really fight, both sides will suffer in the end." Phew, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. That purple flame demonic phoenix should not be able to threaten little Xingxing. With his current strength, it was really useless to chase after her. Brother Qingchun, have you completely recovered? Your physical body. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Du Xiaofu looked at Zhen Qingchun with a strange expression. He kept pinching Zhen Qingchun's face. This physical body seemed to be natural. It was no longer the primordial spirit body. He wondered if this was his elder brother, Zhen Qingchun's true appearance. Bastard, go die. Get. Zhen Qingchun took a step back and slapped Du Xiaofu's face. He glared at him, he looked, and said, he looked, I have completely. My physical body is my body, still my body. It was in the tower pagoda. My physical body still exists, is to knit to God, God's was Xing's was to Nina, Xian's was Nen, you. You, to recover, you, it's to recovers, it. Du Xiaofu chuckled as he withdrew the back of his hand. He was clearly aware in his heart that if it wasn't for Zhen Qingchun arriving in time, then even if the yellow-robed old man was deterred away, the violet flame demonic phoenix would be unable to resist it. I came to take a look at this sealed land. I didn't think I would actually meet you. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchun became serious and said, it's good that you've come out. You still don't know about Shi Cheng and the Stone Dragon Empire, right? He probably doesn't know. He just came out. Ouyang Shuang came forward and glanced at Du Xiaofu. She had learned about Shi Cheng and the Stone Dragon Empire from the ancient Heaven sect. However, Du Xiaoqing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman and the others had all rushed back. She had stayed behind to wait for this guy. Shi Cheng, what happened? Du Xiaofu asked when he saw Zhen Qingchun and Ouyang Shuang's expressions. It was related to Shi Cheng. A while later, Du Xiaofu learned about the Stone City and the recent happenings in the Desolate Kingdom and the Stone Dragon Empire from Zhen Qingchun. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu's expression grew increasingly gloomy. An uncontrollable chill spread from his body. Qing Fanshi and the half-step martial saint from the Great Luan sect caused rivers of blood to flow in Shi Cheng. Countless people died. Your uncles, the Solitary Sword King, the Scarlet Cloud Dragon, and the others were all heavily injured. Yi Wuming even injured his soul. If I hadn't recovered in time, Shi Cheng would have been razed to the ground by now. After Zhen Qingchun finished speaking, he paused for a moment. He looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, I didn't do anything because I was afraid that those old fellows from the Great Luan sect would take the opportunity to interfere. That would be harmful to the desolate country. Also, I think it would be better for you to settle this matter personally. Du Xiaofu stood on the mountain peak. Waves of coldness surged in his body. His determined face gradually turned cold. A moment later, the coldness erupted like a volcano and could no longer be suppressed. Du Xiaofu raised his head and shouted, a kind person will be bullied by others. Qing family, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? His shout was like thunder that reverberated in the air. A terrifying coldness soared into the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. That terrifying coldness caused the phantom, Shou Sha, Hun Xie, and Blood Vine spirits' hearts to tremble. A moment later, Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchun, Ouyang Shuang, Jiangchen, Shi Tu, Phantom, Hun Xie, Shou Sha, and Blood Vine Spirit left. As for Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, and the others, Du Xiaofu had asked them to return to the 7-star hall to report that they were safe. It was likely that the people in the 7-star hall were worried about them. As for his master's recovery, Du Xiaofu felt that returning to the Stone City to deal with the matter of the Stone Dragon Empire wouldn't take too long. However, if he returned to the 7-star hall first, the desolate country would be in danger. After weighing the pros and cons, Du Xiaofu decided to return to the Stone City first. Whoosh whoosh, not long after Du Xiaofu and the others left, several figures descended from the sky above the Divine Thunder Mountain range. Several extremely terrifying auras rippled. Greetings, Grand Elder. Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, Sun Wu, and the others immediately bowed respectfully. The super experts in the 7-star hall had finally arrived after receiving their urgent call for help. Early in the morning, in the Stone City. The light of dawn gradually projected a gorgeous light in the east. Then, the rising sun revealed its first ray of light. It was so bright red that it made people's eyes stare at it. Thousands of light pillars shot down from the clouds, enveloping the Stone City. Whoosh whoosh, in the early morning sky above the Stone City, ripples spread out in the air. 9 figures appeared in the air one after another. The invisible aura spread out, immediately causing the space to tremble. The 9 people who appeared were Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchen, Shi Tu, Ouyang Shuang, and the others. Whoosh whoosh, when the 9 people appeared, some people in the Stone City raised their heads and looked at the 9 people. It seemed that they could see familiar figures. Whoosh, Du Xiaofu's figure flew across the sky and landed in the cemetery outside the Du family. This was where he crawled out from and came back to life. At this time, the cemetery was filled with light. It was already a treasure land. Next to the cemetery, there was a huge newly repaired mausoleum. In front of the mausoleum, there were many huge stone tablets, and the stone tablets were filled with countless names. This is the tomb of the residents of the Stone City who were massacred. It seems that there are more than 30,000 people in total. Zhen Qingchen said beside Du Xiaofu. More than 30,000 people. More than 30,000 lives. Du Xiaofu's body trembled. These were the residents of the Stone City. He grew up in the Stone City. Among these people, there must be some familiar figures. But now, more than 30,000 people were massacred. It was enough to make a river of blood. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to imagine how bloody the scene was. A chill spread in his body. In his eyes, a sharp golden light surged. Whoosh whoosh, inside the Du family, some people saw Du Xiaofu and the others arrive. Several auras immediately rushed out. Then, the auras fluctuated, and figures suddenly rushed to the front of the mausoleum. These figures were Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong, and the rest of the Du family. Then who are you? Before Du Zhenwu's voice fell, he looked at the figures and seemed to recognize Ouyang Shuang and Zhen Qingchen. His eyes were immediately stunned. At the same time, the familiar figure turned around and looked at Du Zhenwu and Du Zhixiong, who had just landed, and said, "First uncle, second uncle, I'm back. Xiaofu, it's Xiaofu." Looking at the young man who suddenly turned around, that familiar face came into view. Everyone from the Du family trembled as if an electric current surged through them. "Xiaofu, you're still alive. You're really still alive." After recovering from the shock, Du Zhixiong rushed to Du Xiaofu's side and hugged Du Xiaofu tightly. He was so excited that he danced with joy. A strong man had tears in his eyes at this moment. "It's good that you're still alive. God bless the Du family." Du Zhenwu's eyes were wet and his body trembled. He had vaguely guessed everything from various places. He had been looking forward to this day, especially after the news of the sealed ancient land came. And now, this day had really come. "Everyone, come out quickly. Xiaofu is really still alive. Xiaofu is back. An elder of the Du family was so excited that his body trembled and shouted. His voice reverberated in the surroundings, reverberating in the Du family and the stone city. Whoosh whoosh, inside the Du family, figures suddenly rushed out like a swarm of bees. The figures of the Du family's disciples soared into the sky and suddenly appeared outside the Du family. Everyone's eyes were trembling as they looked at the familiar face at this moment. Xiaofu is back. Third brother is really back. Our Du family is so lucky. Figures landed one after another. Women and children rushed over and caressed Du Xiaofu's face with tears in their eyes. Some young people were excited and cheered loudly, waving their arms and shouting. Some elders' eyes were wet as they thanked the heavens for protecting them. Chapter 964. I'm sorry for making you all worry. Du Xiaofu said to the gossipy old ladies of the Du family beside him. At this moment, the noisy voices made his heart feel warm. The Rock Emperor is back. The Rock Emperor is back. In a short period of time, the entire stone city trembled. Figures rushed out from the streets and gathered into a dense crowd. They immediately rushed to the Du family's residence. The crowd gathered outside the Du family's residence, but it wasn't noisy. They stood in neat rows. Not long after, the streets inside and outside of the stone city were packed with figures. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Their gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. Some old people had tears in their eyes, some young men clenched their fists, and some women and children stood quietly. But at this moment, everyone was strangely quiet. The strange atmosphere made Jiangchen, the Phantom, the Blood Vine, and the others secretly tremble. Xiaofu, a total of 398,432 people were slaughtered. Everyone is waiting for your return. Du Zhixiong's expression turned serious. He looked at the huge stone tablets in front of the tomb and clenched his fists. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Du Xiaofu looked at the citizens of the stone city that had gathered outside the Du family. Then, he turned around and bowed to the mausoleum. His clear eyes were filled with an intimidating light. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. We ask the Rock Emperor to seek justice. The Yi family's Yi Baolin and the Bai family's Bai Jiru stepped out and bowed with one knee. They had to guard the stone city, so they didn't participate in the war between the two countries. We ask the Rock Emperor to seek justice. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The entire city knelt down. Their voices were monstrous, reaching the clouds and shaking the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's suppressed hatred and anger were released. Everyone's eyes trembled. Ever since they confirmed that the Rock Emperor was still alive, they had been waiting for the Rock Emperor to return. The blood debt of the stone city and the blood debt of the desolate country must be avenged. At this moment, the person they were waiting for had returned. They must seek justice for the tens of thousands of lives that were slaughtered. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the familiar figures in front of him. His eyes trembled. Xiaofu, more than 30,000 lives. Their blood flowed like a river. We must avenge this. Du Zhixiong's eyes trembled. His eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. Child. They didn't show mercy. This is blood debt of blood. You must avenge. An old man from the Du family's eyes were bloodshot. How could he not take revenge? Only by wiping out the Stone Dragon Empire and the Qing family can we take our revenge. Yi Baolin's robe fluttered. His eyes were red. His voice reverberated in the air above the stone city. Rock Emperor, please seek justice. Blood debt must be paid in blood. The entire city shouted in unison. The blood debt of the stone city, the scene of corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river, was something no one in the stone city could forget. Even the old, the weak, the women, and the children were not spared. How cruel! Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and clenched his fists. They didn't spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. This made Du Xiaofu's heart ache. His purple robe fluttered in the absence of wind. A chilling aura surged around him, causing the space of the stone city to change. Blood debt must be paid in blood. Those who offended the stone city will pay 100-fold. The fallen citizens of the desolate country who laid the foundation. His voice was like thunder. Lu Xiaoyu roared at the sky with a sorrowful expression. The rolling sound waves shook the void. Du Xiaofu's blood-red eyes were filled with purple-gold lightning. A terrifying aura surged from his body. Rumble, the stone city trembled as the roar came out. Golden light spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. Suddenly, endless golden light spread out from the sky. Thunderclouds occupied the sky, and arcs of lightning flickered in the sky. Waves of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The sky changed color and the sky darkened. What a strong killing intent! Mei Ling's eyes moved. She couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in her eyes. Just this killing intent alone made her soul tremble. He's really angry. Ouyang Shuang's beautiful eyes trembled. This was the first time she had seen him so angry. A moment later, in the main hall of the Du family, Zhen Qingchun, Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong, several elders of the Du family, Jiangqin, the Blood Vine, Phantom, and Ouyang Shuang were all present. After your elder sister, second brother, Little Qing, and Little Tiger came back, the Stone Dragon Empire began to retreat. Although the Great Luan sect sent their younger disciples to the battlefield, the Ancient Heaven sect also sent many disciples. In addition, after the return of the general and Gu Xinyan, even the 4 kings of the Ghost King Palace, Wu King Palace, Gua King Palace, and Gu King Palace announced their retirement from the war. However, the younger generation is with your elder sister and second brother. In the main hall, Du Zhenwu told Du Xiaofu about the recent situation between the desolate country and the Stone Dragon Empire. He wanted Du Xiaofu to know what was going on. Du Zhenwu said, "Many of the Stone Dragon Empire's generals have turned against us. Last night, we received news that the desolate country is unimpeded. We have already reached the Tiger Gorge outside the Dragon City. As long as we take the Tiger Gorge, we can reach the Dragon City." The Tiger Gorge. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He knew about the Tiger Gorge. It was a natural barrier outside the capital of the Stone Dragon Empire. Although the Tiger Gorge was vast, it was extremely dangerous. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was said to be a natural barrier that could protect the capital of the Stone Dragon Empire. It was said that this was one of the main reasons the Stone Dragon Empire built the capital. However, it won't be easy to take the Tiger Gorge. The old kings have already retired. Although the Stone Dragon Empire's strength has been greatly reduced, they still have the Great Luan sect to help them. I heard that the Qing family has been hiding a lot of their strength. It's possible that the Qing family and the Great Luan sect want to have a final battle at the Tiger Gorge. With the Great Luan sect's participation, it's hard to say what the outcome will be. Du Zhenwu was a little worried. Based on the information he received and his understanding of the outside world, he was no longer the leader of a small family in Stone City. The Great Luan sect is suppressed by the Ancient Heaven sect. The Stone Dragon Empire is nothing to worry about. I just don't know what the Great Luan sect is planning to do. If they plan to do something in the Tiger Gorge, it'll be very serious. Zhen Qingchun was sitting upright on the seat of honor. His wretched eyes were filled with charm. Zhen Qingchun was a little worried. Although the Stone Dragon Empire was nothing to worry about, the Great Luan sect was a colossus. They could easily annihilate a country. If they were to do something in the Tiger Gorge, it would definitely be a tragic blow to the desolate country. Second brother, when are they planning to attack the Tiger Gorge? Du Xiaofu asked. Zhen Qingchun understood what he was worried about. Looking at the time, your second brother should be planning to attack the Tiger Gorge tomorrow. If they weren't waiting for you, they would have already gone to the Imperial Palace, said Du Zhenwu. Du Xiaofu's eyes were sharp. He knew Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger's temperament. If they weren't waiting for him, they would have already charged into the Imperial Palace and started a massacre. The army was facing difficulties, but with Little Green and Little Tiger's current strength, no one in the Stone Dragon Empire could stop them. Phantom, Beast Killer, Evil Soul, Blood Vine, follow me to the Tiger Gorge. Du Xiaofu stood up. He was worried about Du Xiaoqing, big sister, second brother and the others. Besides, there were some debts that he had to settle with his own hands. Be careful. Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong and a few elders of the Du family stood up and reminded Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded and then said to Zhen Qingchun, Brother Qingchun, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you for this. Since I have nothing to do, I'll accompany you. Who knows, maybe we can meet some old friends from the Great Will sect. Zhen Qingchun smiled and stretched his body. At night, the sky was filled with twinkling stars. It was like a Milky Way made of fine sand, quietly lying in the blue sky. The bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the magnificent Imperial Palace. Imperial Father, they should be attacking the Tiger Gorge tomorrow morning. Qing Shengnan, who was dressed in a long dress, gently walked into the majestic hall. Her long dress could not cover her tall and slender legs. Her slim waist outlined a moving arc. Her elegant and noble temperament and invisible aura caused the surrounding imperial palace's draconic aura to begin to tremble. No, your grandfather shouldn't have gone to the Stone City. Emperor Qing stood still. His originally rather fat body seemed to have lost a lot of weight in the past few months. There were a few more strands of white hair in his hair. He seemed to have aged 10 years in just a few months. Qing Shengnan didn't say anything. Her eyes were unreadable. If the kings don't fight, the Qing family can't do anything alone. Why did things come to this? Is the Qing family really exhausted? Emperor Qing let out a long sigh. His eyes were a little haggard. In the past few months, he had been thinking about where he had gone wrong. His beloved daughter's status in the Divine Light Court was getting higher and higher. The Stone Dragon Empire should be getting better and better. But why did the Stone Dragon Empire fall to this state? The kings were avoiding them, many generals were betraying them, and everyone was deserted. Tomorrow, I'll do my best to protect the Stone Dragon Empire. We haven't reached the end yet. As long as I'm here, the Stone Dragon Empire will still exist. Qing Shengnan said and then left the Golden Dragon Palace in a few steps. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.